Wow, we haven't even started the stream and we're hydrating. A preparatory hydration.
Mushy, mushy.
How are you?
Good. I was talking gossip with Cole.
Oh, I see. Hot goss.
Hot goss.
I love some hot goss.
We do love that hot goss.
True.
How are you?
I'm good. I've just been taking it chill today.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. I did my normal weekly K-drama watch. Although right now we're not watching a K-drama, so I guess it's technically not a K-drama watch. But you know, it started with a K-drama watch.
Okay.
We're watching The Untamed right now.
Let's go.
Week by week.
That's funny. We'll
That show.
Eventually talk about that.
Yeah, it's funny because that show is really not. It's weird because it's really not meant to be watched week to week. It doesn't feel like.
Really? You think it's meant to be binged?
I don't know if it's meant to be binged. Just because like I don't know if you noticed this. Have you seen the drama?
I've not seen the drama.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I really don't think it was meant to be watched week to week. I don't know how it was released in China. If it was meant to be watched week to week like that, I'd be surprised. I'd be like, huh? Because the thing about it is it's very weirdly paced. Where it's not necessarily bad. It's kind of fine, but where they choose to end and start episodes is really bizarre. Especially where they choose to end episodes. They never make any sense, right? Because normally when you're like making something for TV, you make a show that has like natural kind of progression over an episode, even if it's part of a larger arc of a show. You have like the individual kind of episodes, and they're sort of they contain a pace within themselves, and then they usually end off on like a cliffhanger or something. But this show doesn't really do that. It's like you took the like cliffhanger seams and you like moved it like 5 minutes forward or backwards. Which is like very interesting. Like
that is really interesting.
So like imagine like there's like a setup for something like kind of like big, and then instead of ending right as you're done with the setup, you stay for like half a step too long and you include some of a conversation, and then you cut it in the middle of the conversation. Like sometimes it'll just end like that, and sometimes it'll be like it sets up like something, and then that thing happens, and then there's like a little like ending bit, like a little like placental bit where they like start talking about it, and then it'll cut in the middle of that conversation.
Well, now that you called it placental, completely
I truly do not know how that show was meant to be watched, because I
feel like we talked about this before too, and you were still as puzzled about it then as you are now.
Yeah, well, I thought I was getting better about not doing that, and then it started doing it again. I was like, what is going on here? Like, if I was watching this week to week, and that was what I got, and like each episode is like 40 minutes long, right? So it's like, yeah, I don't know. I can't get a handle on how the ending works, which is mostly only important because it's, you know, we're watching it week to week. Like if we were watching it in one go, it wouldn't be a problem.
Right, because you wouldn't have to worry about where the episode ends. You can just launch into the next one.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know the rules of Chinese broadcasting. They have different rules over there.
Yeah, I don't know. The thing is, I get the feeling that other like Chinese dramas aren't paced like this. Not that I have a lot of reference for it, but I just assumed that they would be paced like anything for television would be paced.
I mean, some of them, I don't know. Like sometimes I watch a not Japanese, a Chinese show, and like it will just the pacing is just so bizarre. So I don't think it's necessarily something that's unique to the Untamed, but maybe it's like certain networks have certain regulations, or maybe there's some finagling they have to do with like commercials or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, it's weird. It's like you took one continuous like shoot, one continuous like narrative, and then you've just kind of sliced it wherever the objective marker for like the end point of an episode is, like timing wise.
Yeah, maybe that's what they have to do over there. Like, it doesn't matter where it is story wise. It just matters where it is, like timing wise or something.
Yeah, anytime it ends on like where you would expect an episode of like a normal television show to end, it seems almost by accident. Just like
yeah, maybe like I bet the showrunners know where they want to end it, but then after they hand it over to the broadcast network, it's out of their hands, you know?
Yeah, anyway, I did that. I did my tutoring. It was online today, so we just did it through Zoom. Zoom has this really annoying feature where if you don't pay them $15 a month, you can only host a call for like 40 minutes.
Oh yeah, we ran into that problem at work.
Yeah. Oh my god, your work didn't pay for Zoom?
No!
Of course not.
They still don't. So like our project manager is like, I really would like this so that we can have longer meetings, and even our CEO is like annoyed by the cutoff time or whatever.
Wait, then who's not doing it then?
Well, it's our CEO who needs to approve it.
Oh, so he's annoyed by it, but he's not gonna fix it.
No, yes, thank you. Yes, that's exactly it.
Wow, what the fuck?
Yeah, so we're gonna try and maybe at some point get that, but who knows?
God,
really.
that's awful. I'm pretty sure only one person needs it.
Yes, exactly. It's just one person who needs it. The host of the meeting.
I'm fairly certain. I don't know how big your company is. I can't imagine that big.
It's a small company, but we do have long meetings because we're talking about animations, you know. So.
Yeah, right. So like, I'm fairly certain that $15 a month is easily doable for any company, because like that's like what an individual spends on a Netflix subscription.
Yeah, like if it was an individual, then it'd be like, yeah, I get why you wouldn't want to pay for it because we have alternatives like Discord or whatever. But there are functions like Zoom and stuff like that, like is more used like client-wise, like, you know, company-wise or whatever. So it makes sense to want to use it, but
It's
yeah.
so funny. That's so funny. It's so
She
bizarre.
has so many meetings too, like our project manager with other people. It just makes sense to give her a subscription so that she can have longer meetings.
SMH my age. Okay, well, I guess, do you want to play some Ace Attorney?
I would love to play as Attorney. I love this game.
All right, let's do some Ace Attorney. Second November, 3:38 p.m. Sholmes' Suite.
Ooh.
I still can't quite believe what just happened.
I know. I inquired with the bailiff after the court session was adjourned. And it seems Mr. Vigil was taken to hospital to recover.
Right. 10 years ago now, Mr. Vigil attempted to commit suicide by jumping out of the window of the prison governor's office. But ever since then, he's completely blocked the memory of those events from his mind. Nobody knew his secret. Not his family, not even the man himself, but I forced it out into the open. Was it wrong of me to do that? Did I overstep the mark, I wonder?
Reno!
Oh, Iris.
You were miles away. Anyway, I brewed a fresh pot of soothing tea for you.
Oh, thank you.
You and Susie have had an exhausting day so far, haven't you? Oh. Thank you, Iris. How thoughtful of you.
Do you happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is? When we came out of the courtroom back into the defendant's antechamber, he disappeared.
Oh. No, I don't know. He just suddenly sprang to his feet and left. All he said was, "I must leave." I wonder if he's pursuing the mystery of Inspector Gregson's death. Well, you know what Hurley's always saying, don't you? There are mysteries in this world that should perhaps never be solved. For the construction of a solution comes only at the expense of the destruction of something else.
What does that mean?
He knows very well that when you open someone else's old wounds, you often open your own too. But he just can't take his own advice and leave well alone. Solving mysteries is too important to him.
That's so true.
But that's what I like about Hurley after all.
I suppose that's the lot of a great detective in some ways.
So then, let's have tea, and then I'll give you a hand.
Oh, do you have time, Iris?
Yes, I've finished this month's manuscript at last, with barely a day to spare before the deadline. Oh, I'm so looking forward to it. A brand new story to read in the adventures of Sherlock Sholmes. You know, I always hide Hurley's violin in the days before I have a deadline.
You do? Or Mr. Sholmes?
Stradivarius.
No, it's the only thing he owns.
I'm sure that's very wise, Iris. How sensible of you. Now then, my dear fellows, let's make a plan of action before we continue our investigation. So, how did it go in court this morning?
Well, we still don't know the truth about what really happened, but one thing's increasingly clear. Lord Van Zeeks definitely didn't do it.
Oh, goody! I'm so glad he's innocent. Yes, that's right. We managed to uncover several new facts as well. Oh, really?
And there was another development too. Kazuma.
Yes, it's quite clear now. That Kazuma-sama is not himself. The way he's acting, it's almost as if he's possessed.
I know. I mean, at the end of the proceedings earlier, he was like a bloodhound the way he was chasing down Mr. Vigil's forgotten past. He's not normally so mercilessly persistent. What's going on in his head, I wonder? I really need to sit down with Kazuma and try to understand what he's going through. If Gregson was really murdered the day before his body was discovered, then Lord Van Zeeks has to be innocent, you see.
What? The day before? Well, that should be easy enough to work out just by examining the corpse, surely. Yes, you would expect so, but curiously, no time of death was included in the autopsy report. That is curious.
Oh my god, conspiracy theory. What if he's not really dead?
Bro, let's go.
We haven't
that's what
seen
happened
his
with
body.
Cosima.
We haven't
Yeah.
seen his body. He didn't die on
That's right.
screen. There's still unanswered questions about Lord Van Zieks, though, aren't there?
Do you mean?
I mean, what was he doing there on Fresno Street that day in the first place?
Well, according to the man's testimony, he said he was investigating Inspector Gregson, didn't he?
And it turns out that little room was actually the inspector's secret office.
Oh, that sounds like it has all the makings of a wonderfully devilish plot.
But then why was that notice board in there covered in all those particular papers? Papers about cases with a link to the Reaper. I'm starting to get a bad feeling about all this.
Oh dear, that sounds more like something horribly devilish. We must start by looking into Inspector Gregson's movements of late.
I never imagined I might have to be investigating an inspector's movements.
Well, according to the entry in his diary, he was carrying out an incognito investigation of the Red-Headed League the day before his death. Oh, you mean he was doing the same as Hurley?
Well, Mr. Sholmes was trying to apply, whereas the inspector was supposed to be investigating.
I do wish it had been the other way around.
I wish Mr. Sholmes had been the one to die. Anyway, as it turns out, the inspector who went to investigate the Red-Headed League that day wasn't actually Gregson at all. It was Mr. Vigil, in possession of Gregson's identification.
You know what that sounds like to me? Establishing an alibi. Oh my! Yes, you're absolutely right, Iris.
But why would Gregson need an alibi?
It would appear that the inspector had something to do that he wished to keep secret. I don't believe it. I always thought he was just a harmless lover of fish and chips.
So did
Me
we
too.
all. But perhaps they were seasoned with something a little more potent than salt and vinegar.
Okay, buddy.
I think perhaps we should try to move away from food analogies.
Well, anyway, if Lord Van Zieks felt the need to investigate Gregson,
Yes, I agree. We must try to find out what he knows. Vigil, you say? Isn't that the name of the lady who came to visit Hurley yesterday? That's right. To ask Mr. Sholmes if he would help her to find her missing husband.
only Mr. Sholmes completely passed the buck to us. Actually, didn't you say that Mr. Vigil had been taken to hospital? Do you know which one?
Ah, it's St. Sinners.
There's only one hospital.
There's only the one.
I'm starting to wonder if all the other hospitals in London have closed down.
There it is.
Well, that's amazing, Bruno. You found the lady's husband already.
Well, I suppose I have, by accident.
And 10 years ago, while Mr. Vigil was the chief warder at the prison, he was responsible for overseeing the professor's incarceration. No!
So, when the convict escaped, he was held responsible and immediately dismissed.
Sometimes I really don't want to grow up.
There's more. For 10 years after that, while he was ostensibly working as a peddler, he also had another secret job. He was paid by Gregson to be his stand-in, to impersonate the inspector.
To impersonate Gregsy? But why?
I have absolutely no idea.
Jenny was right. I'm starting to think all adults are up to no good now. Including you, Bruno.
I haven't paid anyone to impersonate me.
That means he has ties to the professor and to Inspector Gregson, though. So I do think we ought to pay a visit to Mr. Vigil, don't you?
Practice ain't sinners, then.
Well, I think it's clear what we need to do, isn't it? Let us investigate, my dear fellows. Oh, Iris, you're even more enthusiastic than usual today. If anyone has anything to hide, my special Wilson shooting iron will soon set them straight.
That water pistol?
It's stuffed full of a piping hot extra special blend of mine. Then I'm quite sure it will be very effective.
Yeah, fuck 'em up, Iris.
With boiling water. Tea, even.
I'd better be careful not to hide anything. Well, it feels a little strange that Mr. Sholmes is nowhere to be seen, but still. Let's go and see what we can find out.
Yes.
Second November, St. Sinner's Hospital, Ward 3. These must be the patient's treatment notes. Let's see. Tendency to jump from windows. Remember to place cushion at base of wall outside. Aren't we a story up from the ground here?
Oh dear. Poor Mr. Vigil.
I can't help feeling that there's a better solution to the problem than a cushion, though. Finding something you lost isn't always a happy experience, it turns out. Pursuing the truth can be a very dark business sometimes, can't it?
Yes, I'm afraid it can.
There are lots of bottles in that cabinet there, aren't there? Do you think it's safe to keep them there?
If you were a patient here, I feel sure you'd take some medicine by mistake when you were half asleep.
That is a worry, but at least the cabinet has a lock, even if it's only a flimsy-looking one.
Oh, I've no doubt you'd manage to unlock that somehow while you were half asleep as well.
Oh my god! There are limits to even what I can do when I'm half asleep, you know, Mr. Sato.
He's so prolific while he's half asleep.
Oh my god, you're more competent than when you're awake!
He's got that Zenitsu vibe.
Second November, local prison, cell 1.
Lord Van Zeeks is reading. Look.
Did you
He doesn't seem like he wants visitors, does he?
Did you sneeze cookies? I heard a little achoo,
Oh.
baby. But he must have noticed that we're here, surely.
Hi, buddy.
What do you Nipponese want? Hey, that's no way to greet the lawyer who's trying his hardest to prove your innocence. Is it? Perhaps not. Huh?
Hmm?
I
Oh.
apologize.
Oh.
So, what can I do for you, Mr. Naruhodo?
Oh, he called you by name.
Lord Van Zeeks, speaking earnestly.
He's being Dere. He's all out of soon.
Oh, the fog will lift over London for the first time in months tomorrow.
This does feel very, very strange.
I'm not used to being treated with respect.
I must say, I was impressed.
Oh my.
Oh, well, thank you. Not by you. By your fellow Nipponese, your prosecutor friend. Oh, I see. Yes. It's sardonic, don't you think? For a man such as me, so loathing of the Nipponese, to be entirely at the mercy of the two of you. I suppose it's retribution for having played the part of the Reaper all these years. Played the part? You once told me that you gladly allowed people to believe you were the Reaper, because it helped reduce the amount of serious crime that took place in London. If keeping quiet and playing the part benefits the cause, a cause I myself am committed to pursuing, then why would I choose to say anything? But the henchman of a criminal killed by the Reaper attacked you only the other day. And that was just the most recent of many attempts on your life, wasn't it? Someone is clearly profiting from your silence about this. Someone is using you. Believe me, ever since the Reaper first appeared, I've been doing my utmost to expose him. Or rather, expose the organization.
It's a whole organization?
Wow. It's inconceivable that all those accidents were orchestrated by one man. No, the Reaper always appears to have very accurate information about the accused in each case, which can only mean that somebody at Scotland Yard is involved.
Someone at... You can't mean...
It's taken me many years, but I've finally identified the central figure in this Reaper organization. Tobias Gregson.
No freaking way.
No! No!
Gregson? The Reaper? Well, that just doesn't seem right at all.
No way.
It just seems so wrong.
What?
So the reason you were investigating Inspector Gregson is because you intended to expose him as the Reaper? As I said, the Reaper of the Bailey is no single person. It's a highly secret organization with close ties to Scotland Yard. But there's no doubt that Gregson was a key member of that organization.
I don't believe it.
Little did you know that in that bag of fish and chips, he had a gun.
Oh my god!
Are you saying that Gregsy, that he was behind all those awful criminals meeting that?
Gregson didn't do the dirty work himself.
Oh,
He was the tactician. His job was to covertly investigate the marks and plot their assassinations.
No way!
In order to do that without arousing suspicion, he regularly needed a firm alibi. Which is where Mr. Vigil came in, posing as the inspector. Vigil knows nothing of the Reaper, but the room he rents on Fresno Street was almost certainly the headquarters of the operation. Gregson would have met the assassin there for briefings. So, we don't actually know who carried out the killings, then? Actually, I do have a name. You what?
well, if you can name the man, you have the true identity of the Reaper already then.
Or if I can name the woman.
Huh?
Oh,
She's a young woman by the name of Asa Sheen. Oh no! Her name is Assassin! Wait, what? Shin? Miss Asa Shin, the true name of a terrifying killer I know only too well. She came to Japan posing as a visiting student and murdered Dr. John H. Wilson. Then, just when it seemed that diplomatic protection would help her escape Japan and conviction, the mysterious woman was herself murdered in a small summer beach hut. That woman was actually the Reaper of the Bailey? I mean, I guess no one's died in a bit, so...
Mr. Naruto, this perhaps isn't the best place to discuss.
No, of course not. We can't mention it here. Should probably tell Iris that her dad is dead. Probably tell Iris that
I
her
can't
dad
wait
got
to meet
nuts.
my daddy someday.
The fact that she killed Dr. John H. Wilson. Because Iris doesn't know, and it's very likely that the man was her father.
She looks straight at you. What are you hiding from me, Reno?
Nothing! I'm really glad you can't read my mind!
Like everyone else.
Asashin, I should let father know at once.
Yes, I agree. Kazuma, isn't it? Kazuma Asogi. You say he's a friend of yours. My best friend. My best friend!
Ooh.
He's the whole reason I got to come to Britain. it was all on his merits. I have nothing but respect for him.
Yes, I understand that only the very best students are selected for such opportunities. And I had a fine demonstration of how sharp he is in the proceedings earlier today. He missed nothing. In fact, his flawless performance very much reminded me of his father.
Genshin Asogi, the professor.
It's true that the aristocracy at the time was the root of numerous grave societal problems. They were abusing their power, playing with the common man as pawns in politics, in economics, in war. In many ways, Asogi was carving out a canker from society that we British couldn't deal with ourselves.
Oh, I see.
But that's precisely why it makes no sense. Clint Van Zieks was a noble and upstanding man. He wasn't corrupt. Why did that damned Nipponese have to go and take my brother's life?
Oh boy.
In spite of having once saved mine.
He saved your life? How did that happen?
It was 10 years ago, on a foggy night. What was to be the professor's final strike had sent a wave of panic through the capital.
So Clint Van Zieks had already been killed at this point then.
Kenshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. Of course, at that point, I had no idea of the true nature of the man at my side. All of a sudden,
Don't make a peep, you're coming with us!
we were surrounded.
I like that all the Japanese characters just carry these fucking swords with them.
Let's go.
All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scars. Clint was not only from noble heritage, he was a brilliant prosecutor as well. The scum of London hated the sight of him, and they had no sympathy for his younger brother either. I'd been targeted several times before already.
Yeah, it's Van Zieks, alright, we got him!
I could hear them murmuring amongst themselves. I knew they were after me. But just when I thought my time had come,
If I let them kill you, Clint would never forgive me.
it was Asoki's voice, just a whisper in my ear.
It's okay. Hi, Cookie. She's a little hungry, I think. Big scratch. Oh, Philip's getting up too now. He's like, oh, are we getting up? Time to get up? Time to get up for Phillips? I couldn't close the door because Philip was still in here.
After that, I don't remember exactly what happened. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He shielded me. Two days later, they arrested him on suspicion of being London's most notorious mass murderer ever. the professor.
How awful for you.
All at once, I lost the brother I revered, and the foreign friend I held in such high regard.
I like how he's like,
He was my friend.
and like, he was probably like, Van Zee was like a college age, maybe a teenager, and like Genshin was like 40. It's like,
They can be friends.
I know they can be friends, but he's just like,
My only friend, a 40-year-old man.
like, man, you gotta get some more friends, my guy.
No, he got Professor Hairbrain.
He has 2 friends.
I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zeeks. That's the end of my miserable tale. I never thought I'd recount it to anyone.
Well, thank you for confiding in me.
The Professor, the Reaper, and Inspector Gregson.
Unsolve it? Thanks for the follow? Question mark?
Whoa.
I feel like I recognize that name.
I wonder just how intimately related they all are.
I still can't quite believe what Gregson was essentially. I still can't believe that Gregson was essentially the Reaper.
You can't convince me.
He was a criminal mastermind, Renu,
you
a
cannot.
vigilante justicier.
You no way that he's some Moriarty strategizing man giving orders to Assassin.
Assassin.
Oh,
My name is
man.
A.Sassin.
Oh man.
Giving assassination orders to Giselle Brett.
Mr. Naruhodo, let's go and inform my father.
Can you imagine if they didn't give her like another name and it was just like, yeah, this is just a regular lady, regular British lady, assassin.
Remember it.
I'm sure our government will want to hear about this new information. Oh, that means I get to meet your daddy, Susie.
Hooray! Oh no! Wait.
Yes. All right.
no, he was-
no.
No.
We don't have the guts. But maybe Papa Mikotoba does.
No.
Well, let's head back to the Great Waterloo Hotel then. Definitely nothing bad is gonna happen here. Nothing at all.
Oh my god.
Unsolve it. Is that Day? Sorry, my brain is small. But the size of a walnut.
2nd November, the Great Waterloo Hotel foyer.
I thought it yesterday, and I think it again today. This place is so princely.
It's a wild guess, but I have a feeling you'll think the same tomorrow, too.
My tea has a finer fragrance than whatever they're serving in the tea room here, though. Wouldn't you say?
Ah, look who we have here. This is an unexpected pleasure.
Ah, Father. Oh, is this your daddy, Susie? How lovely.
I think one of my favorite things about the way that we voiced this game is that objectively all of the characters have British accents, but we just refuse to give the British accents to the Japanese characters. We're like, no, they talk normal.
No,
you have
they
normal
talk
people
American.
and Brits.
What a charming young lady, and you are... Really? So you're the author of The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, are you?
That's me, Iris Wilson, at your service, sir. Susie's been such a wonderful friend to me over the last year, you know.
Well, Miss Wilson, I must say I read your work regularly and with much interest.
Iris actually lives with Mr. Sholmes, you know, Father.
Is that so? Well, perhaps that goes some way to explaining that bright look in your eyes.
He has the best poker face of all time.
You wouldn't be smiling so airily if you knew just how bright she is, believe me. Now then, young Naruhodo, it was a pleasure seeing you in action earlier. As an invitee of the symposium, I was allowed to observe from the gallery, after I twisted some arms. And I must say, it was a truly exemplary performance. Oh, well, thank you very much.
Oh,
Well, I'm fairly sure you admitted by Kazuma on the end there. No, please don't misunderstand. It was you who impressed me. Wait, really?
Ooh.
Mr. Mikoto, you're the only one who understands me. You're the only one who appreciates me around here. Everyone's like, Kazuma's so great. He's the man.
This man just became your father, too.
You didn't miss a step against Asogi, and we all know how capable he is. Really, to have matured into such a fine defense lawyer in less than a year is quite extraordinary.
It's very kind of you to say so. And really nice to hear.
What I saw in court today confirmed what I'd been hoping for. The favor I mentioned yesterday, Naruto. I trust you haven't forgotten.
Oh, no, you did mention something, didn't you? Oh my god, he raised his death flag and he survived.
I know. What's up with that? Somehow Gregson was the one that got it.
But first, we have something to report, Father.
Of course. Shall we take tea while we discuss matters further?
I wonder where Judge Jigoku has got to.
Father, do you know about the so-called Reaper of the Bailey?
I've heard rumors. Some members of the judiciary explained it all to me yesterday. Of course, when I was a visiting student here in London, the Reaper was yet to emerge.
Right. He didn't appear until after that case when the visiting students had already returned home.
Lord Van Zeeks, who was in the dock today. That was Barrick, the younger brother of Clint Van Zeeks, I believe.
That's right, and he's known throughout London as the Reaper, as you've heard. But the truth is, it wasn't him behind all of those mysterious deaths. It was somebody else.
I see. So what you're saying is there's been a professional killer at work here.
Exactly. Someone by the name of Asashin, in fact.
I beg your pardon? Did you say Asashin? You mean that Giselle Brett woman who was responsible for killing my great friend, Dr. John H. Wilson?
Buddy, he's right there!
Oh no, here it comes! Oh boy! Oh buddy!
No! A friend of yours was killed! Tell me all about it!
Professor Miko Toba, I think perhaps we shouldn't discuss this right now.
But he has to know.
Because the friend the professor is talking about is Dr. John H.
He has
Wilson.
to know.
And that's not someone we want Iris to find out about. Not like this, anyway.
She's got the same name and she lives with Sholmes. Like, come on.
We'll save that one. We'll save that one. I haven't seen Judge Jikoku for a while, have you?
Guilty.
But that guilty is still ringing in my ears. No, now you mention it, I haven't seen him since this morning either.
Wait, not him too.
I suppose since the symposium's opening was postponed, you'll have gone to explore at the Great Exhibition. Let's hope that's all it is.
That reminds me of something you mentioned yesterday. About Judge Jikoku having once been in the dock himself?
Ah, yes. It was all tied up with that accursed trial.
The close trial of Kazuma's father.
Seishiro was trying to mitigate Genshin's guilt, so he took to the stand to testify. But he got a little carried away and actually managed to break the witness stand.
Oh my god, holy shit, he's a berserker! Jeez.
Oh my!
He also said some contemptuous words about the British Empire, for which he was charged.
Oh dear. Although it's worryingly easy to imagine him doing that.
Well, it was all right in the end. He was acquitted and we returned home to Japan together.
Thank goodness.
Ah, yes. Talking of Seishiro, I have a copy of the photograph we all took together here yesterday. Please.
Cute.
Kawaii!
Oh, what a lovely picture.
It certainly seems to shout. We've arrived in Britain. Oh baby, commemorative photograph.
None of us had any idea what was coming when we took that, did we?
No, that's so true.
This is raising so many flags.
No, Judge Jigoku. So, you mentioned a favor that you'd like to ask me.
Well, this fateful trial that you're fighting. One way or another, it will be over before long. And when it is, I'd like you to accompany me back to Japan.
You want me to do...
What? Father, what's the meaning of this?
Now, Susato, you should understand. You've seen how our courts work firsthand. Japan's judicial system is in its infancy, especially when it comes to defense.
Oh, you mean?
The Supreme Court of Judicature is in desperate need of a good defense lawyer. As soon as possible. Really quite urgently, in fact.
But I've not even been in London a year yet.
I've read all of Susato's reports. I'm well aware of your extraordinary talents. And having seen you in action with my own eyes earlier today, there's no question. You, Naruto, are precisely the man our country needs. Wow.
So, you'd be leaving then, Renu? What? But then, what am I supposed to do, Father?
You came here to serve as Asogi's judicial assistant.
Oh, yes. She's supposed to be Kazuma's assistant. Right. Oops. I forgot about that one.
Our government is still in the process of deciding how best to deal with this situation. You've always chosen your own path, Susato, and I trust your judgment. In this matter also.
Father, Father!
Please, the pair of you, don't look so downcast. It's merely a suggestion, you understand. A hope, if I'm honest. But I won't force you. All I ask is that you consider it, and come to a decision by the time this trial concludes.
Yes. All right.
You won't leave, will you, Bruno?
The thought hadn't even crossed my mind. Up until now, I've just been trying to do what I believe to be Kazuma's will. But it turns out that he's still alive. So, where does that leave me? Okay. I don't know if I'm strong enough.
Ah, I've just remembered something. Biscuits. This hotel has the most delicious looking biscuits.
That was rather out of the blue.
She's doing this deliberately.
I think I'll go and see if I can purchase some.
Wow.
I wonder, would you like to come too, Iris?
Wow.
Oh, yes. You just try to leave me behind.
I guess that's one way of doing it.
Biscuits!
So, that young girl is called Iris Wilson, is she?
Yes, that's right.
And she's the author of all those adventure stories starring the great Detective Sholmes. But the name of the credited author isn't Iris, is it? It's Dr. John H. Wilson.
Yes, I know. That's the name of her father, you see.
Her father? Dr. John H. Wilson.
I was deeply indebted to the man for the kindness he showed me during my time in London. That's why I was keen to reciprocate and invite him to the Imperial Yume University 4 years ago. But he was murdered last year by Giselle Bray. Why? Why would the hand of the Reaper stretch all the way to Japan? Iris knows nothing about that case. It seems very likely that the victim, Dr. Wilson, was her father.
Well, I can't say that we ever spoke about his family, so I don't know if he had a daughter or not. But I think I can say with some certainty that he was never the great detective's partner.
So, it could have been another Dr. Wilson, you think?
Well, John and Wilson are both common names, after all.
Still, it's probably best not to mention this to the young lady until we can be sure. That's what we thought, yes. Can you imagine if, like, fucking her dad shows up and is like, "Hey, it's me, Dr. John H. Wilson." Oh, like, and you're like, "Huh?" Oh, they smell delicious, Iris.
I think cinnamon will go very well with the tea they serve here. Don't you, Susie? Yes, I'm sure you're right, Iris.
Well, if you'll excuse me now, I need to telegram government ministers and the Japanese police with the information about Asashi.
Of course, Father. Thank you.
I look forward to next month's installment, Miss Wilson.
Oh, good. And please, do come to Baker Street sometime, won't you? We'd love to entertain you.
I would be delighted. The best of luck for tomorrow, Naruto. And give my suggestion your full consideration, won't you? Yes, I will. Come back home.
You know, Kazuma-sama has always meant a great deal to my father. I'm sure he'd love the chance to meet with him and talk to him about all of this.
Yes, no doubt. Asashi. Of course, it's so obvious.
Oh, no. How could I have neglected to consider the possibility before now?
Mr. Sholmes?
Harley, where have you been?
Why, I joined you all for tea, of course. What an extraordinary question.
I smelled biscuits.
Hmm.
I didn't notice you at all.
No matter, no matter. Anyway, to more pressing concerns. Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh, yes?
I must dispatch a telegram to your country at once. It is a matter of much urgency.
To Japan, you mean?
Tell me, to whom can I entrust the task? Quickly now. Who?
Well... My father has just now left to send a telegram to the Imperial Police Bureau of Japan himself.
I see. Well, he looked reliable enough for a bearded fellow.
Wow, what do you got against beards?
Okay, alright.
I don't think what father sports could be considered a beard, Mr. Sholmes.
There's not a moment to lose. Kindly ask your trusty unshaven father to see this is sent.
Wow, what do you got against
What is
facial hair,
happening?
Mr. Sholmes? God damn, pulling out this prejudice?
I will, but, what is it?
No questions at this time, if you please, Miss Susato.
Well, okay.
All we can do is pray. That for once, my deduction is awry.
Doesn't that imply that your deductions are normally correct, Mr. Sholmes? Which isn't exactly...
Now then. You may be surprised to learn that I am a very busy man. I certainly have no time to hide behind settees and eavesdrop on other people's conversations.
So that's what joining us for tea meant.
I leave the sending of this in your hands then, my dear fellows.
Wait a minute, Mr. Sholmes!
He just sort of ran off, didn't he? At quite a pace.
And left the unpaid bill for his tea behind, too!
Mother effer!
I must catch up with Father at the telegraph office at once. And I'll run and call us a cab straight away.
And there was me thinking everyone would be clamoring to pay Mr. Sholmes's bill. Wait, where were we going? I guess we should examine what he gave us, huh? Wait, where is it? I guess he took it with him? Maybe that was what happened, actually. My memory is no good today. Let's see. "2nd November, room on Fresno Street." The photograph of Mrs. Vigil.
Realizing the identity of this lady was a very great clue to exposing Mr. Gossip's true identity.
Oops.
He obviously loves his wife very dearly.
He's a wife guy.
Which is why he felt he couldn't tell her the truth.
The transformation was incredible, wasn't it? Just from that big twisted lip.
Yes, he went to extraordinary efforts to play the part of Hugh Boone convincingly.
I still read it as huge bone.
Of course.
Huge bone. Although, it didn't really seem like it was much of an effort to me.
Now you say it, I have to agree.
It's almost as if that was Mr. Vigil's true character.
People really are very hard to fathom at times.
There are details of cases stretching back over 10 years on this notice board. It's a history of Lord Van Zeke's defeats in court.
I don't think that's an appropriate description. Although, when you consider everything on the board, it's certainly true that all these people had a background of dubious dealings.
And in the end, of course, the board itself concealed the inspector's own death.
Oh my, it really doesn't bear thinking about.
Catches your eye as soon as you enter the room, doesn't it?
It's such a bright color, and it certainly makes an impression, yes.
They can't possibly commit any crimes, can they? I mean, redheads stand out like a sore thumb.
I'm afraid with our jet black Japanese hair, we stand out almost as much here in London.
I suppose that's true.
You mustn't think of committing any crimes, Mr. Naruhodo.
Why do you always accuse me of wanting to commit crimes? I'm not a criminal.
Stop it! Perish the thought.
No, I promise. I didn't want to do any crimes.
I can see your thoughts.
I can see the criminality in your thoughts. This revolver, just who does it belong to?
Well, we know it's of the type issued to members of the police force and judiciary.
But Gregson's own gun was found on his person. He could accidentally skip one.
And of course, Lord Van Zieks has admitted to losing the firearm with which he was issued.
Yeah, I don't know about that one, Chief. Maybe keep track of your firearm?
Such absent-mindedness. Not dissimilar to you, Mr. Naruhodo.
Whoa.
She's just coming out.
All the shots today, man. What the fuck? I'm starting to think the cold hard prosecutor and I could become friends after all.
Then I wish you every success.
I'd never have imagined that this little figurine would turn out to be a watch winding key.
I suppose it's a policeman because the pocket watch was a gift from Scotland Yard. It seems there was much more to Inspector Gregson than we ever realized. He was clearly a brilliant man.
It's the fish and chips that threw us off. I feel as though it ruined his image. I mean, it's true. We're like, oh, it could never happen. Although,
Never. You still can't convince me.
Although.
I really don't think we should blame one of Britain's staple cuisines.
We can and we will.
But think about it. Imagine if it was Mr. Sholmes. How would you feel if instead of that old briar pipe he's always got in his hand, Mr. Sholmes had a bag of chips?
I think it would make it more likable.
Rather disappointed, if I'm honest.
Exactly.
What do you mean? Y'all haters. No one understands.
No one understands Inspector Gregson. Poor Inspector
right.
Gregson.
Mm-hmm.
Well, don't think we're gonna find anything new here now. Maybe Mr. Vigil's in the hospital. 2nd November, St. Sinners Hospital, Ward 3.
This is the ward where Mr. Vigil was brought, apparently.
To be frank, I'm a little worried about seeing him again. What if he's
Hey, buddy.
Ah, the lawyer. Hello again.
Are you feeling better now, Mr. Vigil?
Yes, thank you. Somewhat better.
I'm so sorry to have caused you to... I mean, it was because of me. If I hadn't exposed your secret and forced you to remember things you obviously tried to forget.
The prosecutor was here until a few moments ago, too. You just missed him.
Oh, Kazuma beat us to it.
He said much the same thing as you. He was very apologetic. But the truth is, I brought all this upon myself. Oh
Please don't think like that.
Keeping it from Evie, my wife, all these years, I've carried such a sense of guilt. But that's not the worst of it. Over time, I obviously came to deceive myself as well.
You mean about your dismissal?
Looking back now, I'm beginning to think that perhaps Inspector Gregson didn't stumble across me by accident at all. I mean, he compensated me so generously for acting as a stand-in. He was clearly concerned for my well-being and doing what he could to help.
So perhaps Gregson knew exactly what had become of Mr. Vigil all along then.
I'm sure this is just desserts for 10 years of lies and deception, but it wasn't me that helped the professor escape 10 years ago. It wasn't me. I swear it. I swear it's true.
Oh, buddy.
Wow.
Oh, Mr. Vigil.
I'm sure you'd rather not dredge up even more of your past at this time, but if possible, could you tell us exactly what really happened?
I need to get all this off my chest. I just want someone to tell me what I should have done.
All right. Well, why don't we take a little breaky, a little bathroom breaky, and then
Okay.
a little bathroom breaky. We'll run some ads because I realized I don't normally do that, but it's good to
Look at you.
as I say, it's good to disable the pre-roll
Mhm.
because it's really annoying. So anyway, what's the maximum amount of ad break I can run for disabling pre-roll? Let's see. 90 seconds or longer, pre-roll ads will be disabled for 30 minutes. Okay then. 90 seconds it is.
All right.
See you in a bit.
Hello? Not back yet. Man, so low.
Brought extra hydration for the stream. Oh no. Mads, no! You have too much power!
Hello, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Alright, let's cookies.
Cookie.
Is that why you're so friendly? Okay, I'm gonna get cookies some fruits.
Okay. We have one chug? Okay. We're spared for now.
Okay. Are we spared the chugs?
Yes.
What's going on? I see. Well. Inspector Gregson was obviously engaged in a special operation of some sort. He was investigating something that even Scotland Yard couldn't know about. Details of the Reaper's marks, yes. It was when we had to carry out those investigations that I would take his identification and impersonate him. We'd pretend to be the inspector and carry out investigations on his behalf. No, never. A common street peddler couldn't possibly carry out a proper police investigation. All I would do is go to the specified location and make a little hoo-ha.
Hoo-ha.
Just something to leave an impression, so everyone there would think a detective called Gregson was here.
So, that's what you were doing on the day prior to the incident?
Yes, he asked me to make an appearance at the park on Lime Street for the Red-Headed League event. So as usual, I flashed the inspector's identification around and was very vocal about my presence.
But then you were taken prisoner by those red-headed fraudsters.
Yes. So, you would always make a point of showing Gregson's identification and generally being loud? That's what the inspector asked me to do, yes.
Well, that's one way of becoming a legendary detective, I suppose. Not a good one, though.
And as you know, I suffered this bruising around my neck at their hands. But the following day, they kept their word and released me. Without returning the inspector's identification to you, however. We had arranged to meet in the Fresno Street room at 5 that day so I could report back to the inspector. But at the agreed time, that's when I heard the gunshot. It was at midnight on 17th June 10 years ago. That was the time scheduled for the execution. But the professor's execution never actually took place, did it?
Or rather, the execution itself must have been used to effect the plan of escape. I hardly dare to imagine what a chilling plan it was.
Barclay was renowned for being the highest security prison in the country. Everything that went in or out of the place was searched multiple times. But there was one notable exception. Or rather, one notable loophole. Something that was never questioned. I have a feeling I know what that loophole was now. The coffins into which the bodies of the executed convicts were placed, correct? Yes. Once the coroner had confirmed the death of a condemned convict, the body was taken in its coffin for immediate burial in Lowgate Cemetery, just behind the prison. The chief warder first had to sign the necessary papers. And after that, no member of staff was permitted to touch the coffin containing the body again. When executions took place, only the executioner and the coroner were permitted inside the chamber. I would wait in the adjacent room for word that the condemned convict was dead. On that occasion, once I had that confirmation, I went into the mortuary to find a lone coffin, as usual. The procedure was that I would sign the paperwork having checked the coffin, then nail it shut. But for some reason that day, the coffin was already nailed shut.
No!
I didn't think anything of it at the time. I assumed that my deputy must have checked the coffin and nailed it shut before I arrived. So, you mean the coffin contained... Yes, I can only imagine that Asogi, having escaped his execution somehow, was alive inside the coffin. The coffin was then taken out through the main gates and deposited in Lowgate Cemetery.
Presumably, there wouldn't have been enough air inside to breathe for long.
So in the early hours following the burial, somebody dug up the coffin again to set Genshin free.
But in the end, he was fatally shot in the graveyard anyway. What on earth really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night, I wonder?
I'm afraid I really don't know. All I can say with certainty are two things. Asogi couldn't possibly have escaped that way without help from somebody working in the prison. And that somebody was not me. Obviously you knew the man then. The professor, I mean. Genshin Asogi. Yes, I remember him well, in fact. Would you mind telling us what you know? Well, having been condemned to death as he was, any contact I had with the man was short, obviously. After the trial, which was carried out behind closed doors, attended only by elite members of the judiciary, they called for his execution to be carried out at the earliest possible opportunity. The outcome of the trial was set from the beginning, wasn't it?
It was a time of delicate diplomacy when Britain and Japan were in the process of signing an important treaty. That meant that this potentially destabilizing case had to be dealt with swiftly and discreetly.
The man had less than a week in total. Oops. As I was the chief warder, I oversaw his short stay in the cells until his final hour. I remember being struck deeply by his noble character and incredible resilience. What do you mean exactly? He was a killer of many men, but he was always quiet and polite. He was a gentleman and a man of intellect. In fact, I couldn't bring myself to believe what he'd done, so I asked him one day, Those 5 men of the aristocracy whose lives were taken, were you really responsible? I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life, yes. The following day, the closed trial took place. The verdict was no surprise. Guilty. That night, when he was brought back to his cell, I saw something. Something unusual.
Something unusual? What?
The last will and testament of Kenshin Asugi. As I said, it was on the night following his trial, after he'd been found guilty. I was doing the rounds of the cells, and when I looked into Asugi's, I noticed that he seemed to have a sheet of paper in his hand.
Oh. His last will and testament, then, presumably.
As soon as he noticed me, he hurriedly shoved it behind his back.
But why did you find that so unusual? Isn't it normal for a man to pen a will when he knows his death is nigh?
Yes, that's true. But there were special conditions to Asugi's incarceration, you see.
What sort of conditions?
Well, even though he was held in a cell designed for condemned inmates, he was allowed to keep his personal effects with him, with one exception.
Really? He was allowed his things? Oh, that is unusual, certainly.
Of course, he'd been convicted of killing 5 members of the aristocracy, but at the same time, he was a guest in our country from the Empire of Japan. The powers that be were determined that his final days shouldn't be needlessly uncomfortable.
And what was the exception you mentioned to the personal effects he was allowed?
That's the point. He wasn't permitted to have writing materials. Specifically, no pens or paper.
So, he was prevented from leaving any written record of what had happened to him?
Yes, that was the long and short of it. I have no idea where he obtained that paper. Any writing materials would have been confiscated from him upon his incarceration. As I said, he hid the paper behind his back, and then he pleaded with me. What did you just hide behind your back?
Please. Please turn a blind eye. This is my lifeline.
But you know it's against the rules.
You're the only person who's seen if you just agree to keep quiet.
All right then. But what's on that paper?
A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now.
How can a will be a weapon? So I decided to pretend I'd seen nothing, and I let him keep his will. But then later, it just seemed to vanish without a trace.
What? What do you mean it vanished?
It would seem that isn't the end of the story of this mysterious will.
I was the only person who saw Asugi's will,
But somehow it disappeared.
it was after Asugi's execution.
which was actually an elaborate jailbreak.
The warders gathered up Asugi's possessions that were in his cell. They were all to be sent back to his family home in Japan, you see.
To poor Kazuma-sama.
And you're saying that it wasn't anywhere to be found among his personal effects? The will, I mean.
That's right. Although I didn't search through them myself. But Governor Caden was livid. He was screaming. It can have disappeared completely.
That doesn't quite make sense, though, does it?
In what way?
Well, we'd understood that only Mr. Vigil was aware of the will's existence. In which case, how did the prison governor know to look for it?
Oh, yes, you're right.
I really don't know how he knew, but it certainly seemed as though he knew of the will's existence from the outset. Only he didn't refer to it as a will. What he said was... the Asogi Papers.
The Asogi Papers.
I really can't tell you anything of the subsequent events. Because, well, of what happened.
Your dismissal. And the way you blocked it all from your memory.
I'd forgotten all this until today. I don't suppose it's relevant to the case, though.
Well, anyway, thank you very much for sharing it with us, Mr. Vigil. We're very grateful.
I'm afraid there's really little more I can tell you. My wife Evie will be here shortly, so I do hope I don't appear rude, but...
Oh, no, not at all. Thank you again.
But what will become of you now?
Well, impersonating a police officer is a criminal offense, of course. I imagine that once I'm fully recovered, I shall be arrested.
I'm so sorry.
Don't be, please. This was all my own doing. I always knew that this day would come.
Well, I wish you well. Goodbye, Mr. Vigil.
Ah!
Before you go, there's just one thing.
Oh, yes. What is it?
Mm-hmm.
The Asogi Papers.
Huh?
I'd be very grateful if you'd make no mention of the things I told you about them.
Presumably for some good reason?
It's my understanding that their very existence is a closely guarded secret. If it became known that I'd remembered, well, it could be rather troublesome, I think.
I understand. Some sort of will against Asogi pen just before his death, which the man himself claimed was his last weapon. I wonder, perhaps it had something to do with his plan to escape. If there's anyone who might know more about a document that Kazuma's father left behind.
It would be Mr. Vigil's governor. Then we know precisely where we must go. Back to Barclay Prison.
Alright. November, Barclay Prison, Governor's Office. Oh, back again, are ya? Yes? Hello? I've heard all about your investigations. I read the report just now. You found me, Vigil? Yes, luckily. Well, anywho, Larry doesn't work here no more. I how's your case not to do with Barkley? I didn't like you to get the wrong idea about that. Of course, yes. Mr. Vigil stopped working here 10 years ago now, so...
Yes, we've seen his dismissal notice, haven't we? He was given the chop.
Aye, come here. Can very well. So, how about a wee handcuff biscuit?
Oh, oh, they really are like little handcuffs. And as hard as irons, too.
Oh my goodness.
Boop. Little tiny cup. So, what's brought you down here today? Well, there's something else we'd like to ask you about, actually. Is that so?
The fact that he has to bite so deliberately through it is so funny.
We believe there might be a document that disappeared from Genshin Asogi's cell. I think it's been called the Asogi Papers, or something.
Did I not say Gregson's death has naught to do with things that might have happened to Barkley? Leave the past in the past, laddie. Let's not fuzzle about with the irrelevant details.
His expressions changed completely. We're clearly onto something here.
That murderer's botched execution and the whole miserable escape. They were Barkley's darkest hour, aye. A shocking embarrassment.
Because the convict had a collaborator on the prison staff, you mean?
Aye, for shame. The coroner confirmed the death of the man after his execution, Courtney Scythe. And my chief warder at the time, Vigil, who was in charge of the whole affair.
But Mr. Vigil says he didn't know anything about it.
The rascal wouldn't say otherwise, eh? More handcuffs?
Oh, how could I say no? You could never have too much iron in your diet. When Mr. Vigil was handed his dismissal notice as a result of what had happened,
Oh my gosh.
Hydrating.
Hydrating.
he was so despairing, he jumped out of your office window, didn't he?
Humph.
I don't like to say, but that's just Vigil trying to get out of it. Do you not think he wouldn't have jumped from the shock of his crimes being exposed, eh? I do.
You wouldn't say otherwise, though, would you?
Of course, I can share no responsibility myself. I shouldn't have let him deceive me. Actually, there's barely anybody that kens Actually, there's barely anybody that kens what went on at the time now. With Gregson having been murdered and Dr. Scythe forbidden from having any visitors.
No visitors? Someone obviously doesn't want her giving anything away.
Well, we're not going home empty-handed.
And I wouldn't dream of sending you packing without a kinner. Here, take a handcuff or two.
Oh, well, it would be rude to say no. I wouldn't want to become anemic.
How many biscuits you have?
I suppose if there's anybody who might still kind of believe what happened back then, it'd be that lass from the forensics division, Maria Gori.
Maria Gory?
Gory or Gore? I don't even know.
Aye, Scythe's daughter. She didn't
Oh.
have no more, just the one.
Okay, definitely gory.
But the wee bairns followed in her mum's footsteps. You didn't ever see with her scalpel in hand. Oh!
Which one of us voiced this character?
I don't remember.
I don't remember either. Do you want her?
Mama, what is this?
Ah! Where did she spring from? Did she just call the doctor Mama? Dr. Scythe's daughter, Maria Gori. We could do with talking to her. So, she's Dr. Scythe's daughter, but her surname is Gori? Aye, there is some family history, I'm sure, but I didn't ken the ins and outs of it. She grew up watching her mem working with the bodies of folks who died in strange circumstances, and decided to do the same with her own life. I can't understand it myself.
Perhaps she was driven by a deep respect for her mother.
Perhaps. Anywho, she was in charge of Gregson's autopsy, I believe. Right, and the coroner responsible for this incomplete report. Someone told me once that the wee lassie always laughed at her mum's stories about cutting up bodies. Bit creepy, if you ask me. Give me the heebie-jeebies. There's even a rumour that she used to listen to the funeral march as a lullaby.
Oh, well then, perhaps her mother might have told her about the autopsy from the case 10 years ago.
Aye, I'd say there's a fighting chance at least. After all, it was a life-changing case for all of us. You really need to speak to Miss Gori herself about this, I think. Well, thank you very much. I'm no happy about any part of this. Took years for Londoners to finally forget the whole professor business. Can you not get up on this, laddie? Stop asking pointless questions. I'm sorry. I don't like dredging up these painful memories for everyone. Can you not just stay away, no? Leave me alone and do not come back, Kerry. Well, I got one more question, though! How'd you come to ken about that, lady? There's no many folk even here in the prison who've heard of those papers. Oh, well.
About that. We
I
weren't
can't-
supposed to say.
I can't tell how Mr. Vigil told me.
I'm afraid our sources must remain confidential, sir.
We've been led to believe the papers are actually a last will and testament. Is that right? The professor's, or rather, Genshin Asogi's. Aye, that's right. You're well informed, Jimmy. Oh, is that the end of the silent treatment? But then, after the convict's execution, it mysteriously vanished from his cell, didn't it? Heavens no, you're up at half cock there. Think you didn't get your facts straight. Was that in the cell? Exactly where it should have been. Oh, not what we heard elsewhere. Let me just have a wee look around in here. I'm sure I can find it. Aye, here you are. See? The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi, written with a calligraphy brush. Of course, can I read a word of those Japanese squiggles? But in mind it says he leaves all his worldly possessions to his son back in his homeland.
Yes, that's correct. That's the gist of it.
So these are the Asogi papers? Aye, of course they are. Papers written by Asogi, no doubt about it. There's no mystery here, laddie. That's your lot. After all, the Star Masher, this Lester of an execution, we sent the man's possessions back to his clan in Japan, and that was the end of it.
I think we ought to make a record of this, Mr. Naruhodo, just in case.
Asogi papers and report record. One thing before you go on your way, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, yes? Those papers are not to do with Gregson's death. I'd prefer it if you didn't make no mention of them outside of this office. Or rather, I wouldn't just prefer it.
Consider it an order from the highest levels of our government.
I understand. Suspicious.
Why'd you give them to us?
I, Genshin Asogi, hereby request that upon my death and any and all material possessions and wealth belonging to me in London be delivered to my son Kazuma Asogi in the Empire of Japan. It is with deep sadness that I accept my fate in this foreign land, in the knowledge that I will never see my homeland or family again, but I regret nothing about my chosen path. Okay then.
Second November, British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office.
No arguments, Prosecutor Asogi. You will continue with the trial exactly as I instructed. Is that clear?
Ooh, we got arguments? Perfectly.
It's Kazuma-sama.
Defying Lord Strongheart, by the sounds of it.
Get him.
He never did know when to back down.
Get him.
On your way now, Asogi.
My lord.
Hi, buddy.
Kazuma.
Oh.
He left without saying a word.
Oh.
Yes, what are you doing here? Oh, well, I was just hoping to ask you a few questions, if you wouldn't mind. I wanted Van Zeek's trial concluded today. But Prosecutor Asogi's unwelcome inquiries are going to make it longer than necessary. Unwelcome inquiries? As a result, I'm losing even more precious time. Currently 2 hours, 55 minutes, and 41 seconds. 42, 43...
Then we must resolve everything before 3 hours have passed, Mr. Naruhodo.
In a miraculous not even 5 minutes? Anyway, I can't let the man's obvious bad mood put me off. I need information! Does Prosecutor Asogi believe that Lord Van Zeeks is the Reaper? I wouldn't know. It was 10 years ago now, in that fateful closed trial, that Lord Van Zeeks made a name for himself among the judiciary. But the next trial he fought, he lost. It meant the ringleader of a criminal organization was acquitted, thanks to all of the jurors being under duress. But that's awful. The man's freedom was short-lived. He lasted just 3 days.
Yes, let me see. He died in a rock slide at his place of work, I believe.
Correct. That was the inauguration of the Reaper of the Bay. And people believed Lord Van Zeeks was responsible? He was brought to trial himself, but it was shown to have been an accident. So he must have had a solid alibi then. Nevertheless, the mysterious deaths continued. In total, 16 persons perished in unusual circumstances, ostensibly at the hand of the Reaper. That's a long run of coincidences.
Well, the Reaper's true identity may well be revealed by this trial.
And the impact that revelation would have on the British public cannot be understated. Is that why it's a closed trial? Precisely. This country hasn't seen a closed trial for 10 years. So the last one was the professors? The trial of Genshin Asogi. Correct. Actually, we heard that originally you were going to prosecute that trial yourself, Lord Strongheart. Van Zieks entreated me to relinquish the prosecution to him, that he might avenge his brother's death. And here we are, 10 years later. With the son of the man Van Zieks had condemned now looking to avenge his father's death in the same way. They do say that what goes around comes around. However, it would seem that the new young prosecutor is harboring some ulterior motive as well. Kazuma is. I like my organization to run smoothly in the exact manner that I prescribe. As with the giant clock in here, I won't tolerate a single cog being out of step with the others. Oh, so that's what all these gears are about in here. If the young man refuses to mesh with the other parts of my great machine, I will be forced to take steps. What do you mean? Not something with which you need to concern yourself. In any case, all your questions will be answered tomorrow. Now I shall have to ask you to excuse me. As of this moment, I've been delayed from attending my next meeting by precisely 3 hours.
Oh my, that is a long time.
And I hold you entirely responsible. We miraculously managed to fit everything into not even 5 minutes? I wonder if you might agree to us, talking with Prosecutor Asogi? Discussions between the defense and the prosecution outside of the courtroom are generally frowned upon. However, I will make an exception in this case. Now go. You can find him in his office. Oh, thank you.
Let's go see about what's Mr. Naruhodo.
Kazuma's my best friend in the world, but I'm really not at all sure I know how to talk to him at the moment. Second November, Prosecutor's Office. So, this is the office of Prosecutor Asogi now, is it?
Kazuma-sama is doing so well for himself.
Even though he's always forced to kneel on the floor Japanese style in that dark corner with all the wine barrels?
It's his habit to sit Seiza style whenever he's working.
Ouch.
Hey, buddy.
Kazuma.
I thought it wouldn't be long before you paid me a visit, Ryunosuke. I was right about what I said, wasn't I?
Sorry?
That you have all the makings of a great defense lawyer.
Oh.
Well, I always believed that you'd fulfill your dream of advocating in the British courts. I just never imagined for 1 second that it would be as a prosecutor.
Seeing you stand in a foreign courtroom, so gallantly realizing your dream, Kazuma-sama. I'm truly happy for you.
And I am truly thankful to you, Judicial Assistant Mikotoba. Ryunosuke. I always thought it would be fun for you and I to shake up the British legal system a little together.
You wanna do a little anarchy as a treat?
This isn't quite how I envisaged it, but I suppose it's just another twist of fate.
I I've learned of a lot of things during my time in London. About how Susato-san's father was himself a visiting student here once, along with Judge Jikoku. And about what happened with your father.
Then you'll have no difficulty understanding. Why I had no choice. Why I had to find a way to get to Britain as a visiting student myself.
I want to hear it from you, Kazuma.
As you wish, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
It's getting on for a year now, since what happened on the SS Buria. We were heading across the ocean from Japan to Great Britain. A bizarre series of series? Is this supposed to be series? Maybe like series? Like a series of series? A bizarre series of coincidences led to those tragic events. I thought I'd lost my best friend forever.
I must have been unconscious for a long time. When I awoke, I was lying on a bed. It was a narrow little room. There was a posy of flowers by the pillow. It took me a little while to realize that I was in the cabin of a ship. I slipped out of the room and headed up onto the deck.
Were you already suffering from amnesia at that point?
Yes. I didn't know what had happened or where I was. There was just this voice in my head. You have something you have to do. Something no one else can know about. Go to Great Britain. Your task awaits you there. It was a calling I couldn't ignore. It compelled me relentlessly. Out on deck, I saw that I was on a huge steamship, and we were docked in a large port.
It must have been Hong Kong.
Yes, it must have been. Presumably just before they were due to carry your body off the ship.
I had no idea of the situation, but I did have the feeling that this was in some way my last chance. So I concealed myself among the disembarking passengers and went ashore. Then I disappeared into the crowded streets of that foreign port city, so I could plan my onward journey to Great Britain. Just under a year ago, with all my past memories lost to me, I was left behind in Hong Kong. Everything was foreign to me. The sights, the sounds, the smells. My head reeled. I was truly at a loss. I realize now that I'd escaped as a dead man, with nothing but the clothes on my back. No money, of course.
Oh, how terrifying for you.
Luckily, though, I had 2 feathers in my cap.
One being your knowledge of English, I suppose.
That's right. And on the back of that, I was able to pick up some work as a deckhand on a cargo ship. Eventually, after calling at countless ports, I finally arrived at Dover. That must have been some 3 months ago now.
Your formidable tenacity of purpose showing itself again. I mean, the man had lost his memory and had literally nothing to his name. still managed to make his way to London on the opposite side of the world.
Of course, I had no idea why I'd moved heaven and earth to get here at that point.
So, how did you end up becoming Lord Van Zeke's apprentice?
That can only be called an extraordinary stroke of luck, really. You see, I was stopped at the border because I had no papers. They took me straight to Scotland Yard. And by sheer coincidence, Lord Strongheart was there to attend a meeting. That's when the second feather in my cap came to play.
Would that have been your knowledge of the law?
Yes, exactly. Lord Strongheart was curious about an Easterner with intimate knowledge of British law. He took me back with him to the Supreme Court and assigned me to the prosecutor's office.
And then 9 days ago, you finally got your memory back after the trial involving Trevor.
Yes, I did.
Ever since I first met you at Yume, you talked about your dream.
Mark my words, Ryunosuke. I'll be chosen as a visiting student and make my way to Great Britain someday.
Did you know the entire time about what happened to your father here?
16 years ago. Ah!
Wow.
Shmoo!
Look at
No
him.
headband yet.
Please, baby.
But his father got him fluttering hair tie. When my father left on that exciting trip to Great Britain, I was just a boy. We took a photograph together the day before his departure. It's my last memory of him. But what I remember most about my father is his unswerving sense of justice. Six years after he left, a gentleman called at our family home. He told me that Genshin, my father, had been taken ill in England and passed away. It was Professor Mikotoba, your father, Susato-san. Oh my! Ever since then, the professor was very good to me. He even helped to fund my university education at Yume. I'll be forever in his debt. But, nevertheless, I just couldn't bring myself to believe what he told me. Oh! Then one day, a letter arrived at our house from Britain. There was no indication of the sender, so I opened it assuming it was from an old acquaintance of my father. What I read in that letter changed my entire life.
What did it say?
It said that my father had been a mass murderer, and the writer cursed the Asogi name.
Oh no!
As a result of that letter, I found out what had been hidden from me all those years. Presumably, the letter was sent from a relative of one of the victims. If whoever it was had been a member of the judiciary, he could have been present at the closed trial. The letter revealed that my father had been sentenced to death, executed for being a killer.
I'm so sorry you had to find out that way.
I imagine the British government did its very best to silence whoever sent that letter. But someone who knew the truth and couldn't bear the resentment was always going to be a problem.
But still, it could have been written by anyone. Why would you believe such a thing?
There was a newspaper cutting included with the letter. It was the first I'd ever heard of the professor and his terrible killing spree.
Well, what did my father have to say about the letter?
I couldn't bring myself to show it to him.
What? Why not?
Because he deliberately concealed the truth from me by telling me my father was taken by a fatal illness. That couldn't have been easy for him, and he'd done it out of consideration for my feelings. So instead, I showed the letter to Judge Jikoku.
To the other visiting student.
He faltered for the briefest of moments, but then he just laughed the letter off. But in that moment, I saw it on his face. He was undeniably shocked, shaken momentarily before recovering his poise. A year later, my bereaved mother succumbed to the strain of grief, and she too passed away. That's when I made up my mind that one day, without fail, I would cross the seas to Britain and seek the truth for myself. The truth about my father, Genshin Asugi. And I wouldn't let anyone stand in my way.
Oh, Kazuma-sama.
What we learned today in court turned things completely on their head. It was an impressive piece of lawyering, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Busting out the full name.
Ooh.
Lord Van Zeeks isn't the Reaper, you know. I almost don't want to believe it myself, but it turns out that Inspector Gregson himself, the victim, was...
It's clear that the inspector was behind the Reaper's activity all along. No!
Wait, you knew?
The real question is, who's been giving orders to the inspector? Yes, Beric Van Zeeks is the real Reaper. And I know that 10 years ago, it was him who decided my father must be a mass murderer and sent him to his grave.
No, he was merely seeing that justice was done as the law dictates. He's not to blame.
Ultimately, it's people who condemn people. The law is just a tool that they use to do it. And when a man condemns another, he must take responsibility for his actions. Of course he must. But I know for certain that my father would never take another man's life.
Kazuma.
On the contrary, my father's life was taken by the Reaper.
Kazuma, what do you make of this? Boo.
Huh?
I was trying to show you your dad's will!
Now, why doesn't he have anything to say about that? Seems pretty important.
I thought I heard Cole talking, and then I realized no, it's actually people outside, like in my neighborhood somewhere, chattering away.
Oh, yeah, he's not talking
wait.
right now.
No, it was my roommates coming back from the grocery store.
Oh.
I was like, who would be talking at this hour?
You
You want to see a photo? No, he doesn't want to talk.
want to talk about something? Just don't want to talk.
He doesn't want to talk. Okay.
What do you want to chat about?
He doesn't
What do you
go
want to
somewhere else.
You want to see us no more?
Well, at least he seems to be on the mend.
You know, his disguise as Mr. Gossip was really quite masterful, wasn't it?
I can't remember anything about it except for the floppy lip.
I imagine not even his wife would have recognized him.
Perhaps, but did he really have to take it quite so far? Would you like to talk about the papers?
What is that?
Oh, just something I was hoping to ask your opinion about, that's all.
No.
No. What do you mean?
I think we have more of a defense and client relationship now, don't we? Says nothing. Kazuma, this is your armband.
Actually, I think it's yours now.
Sorry?
You're the defense lawyer. You have a talent for it. I've always known that you would. And now you've chosen to take that path in life. As your friend, I couldn't be happier for you, or more proud.
Kazuma.
So keep hold of that. Besides, I'm a prosecutor now. That armband would have no meaning for me.
Well, if you're sure. Thank you, my friend.
The Reaper. At last I get to take my revenge.
Kazuma. Lord Van Zieks isn't responsible for your father's death. And he's not the Reaper. He's the defendant and deserving of a fair trial.
You mean like the one my father had? It's a closed trial now, too. The conditions are exactly as they were 10 years ago. And even if it ruffles some feathers, I have a plan to show that man for what he really is.
Kazuma. This came up in the trial, didn't it? As something a little dubious, I mean. The fact that no time of death was recorded on Inspector Gretson's autopsy report.
Yes, there were some unexpected turns in the courtroom earlier. The suggestion you came up with certainly took everyone by surprise. The idea that the victim died the previous day at some other location is quite something.
Well, considering when the pocket watch had stopped and the scorch marks in the candle, it's certainly a distinct possibility. The evidence on the scene both point to it.
To be honest, it bothered me too. So I paid a visit to the autopsy room earlier. The coroner responsible wasn't there, but I got a name. It's Dr. Gory.
So if it wouldn't trouble you, Kazuma-sama, we'd very much like to speak with the coroner too.
Of course, the last thing I want is for anything to be brushed under the carpet. Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratory is behind Lowgate Cemetery.
Lowgate, but Barclay Prison, you mean?
Ah, you know it, do you? The prison where my father was incarcerated and robbed of his life.
Kazuma-sama.
Well, thank you. We'll pay a visit to the laboratory later today.
Ryunosuke, I want to thank you.
What for?
For this. You safeguarded the soul of the Asogi clan.
Well, it is a famous sword that's been in your family for generations. My only slight regret is that I never got the chance to draw it before I returned it to you.
You never drew it? Karuma is said to have been forged by a master swordsmith during the Sengoku Warring States period.
Damn.
I come from a long lineage of warriors, many of whom were expert swordsmen.
Well then, you're a chip off the old block, I'd say.
This blade, Karuma, is the symbol of the Asogi clan's honor and might. Apparently, one of my father's apprentices even took the blade's name for a surname.
Really? Karma? It does sound formidable, that's for sure.
Wait. Von Karma?
Wait a minute.
Wait!
I was like, Karuma. Karma? Do we know a character whose name is Karma? Nah.
Wait a minute!
Hold on!
16 years ago, when my father was a visiting student here in London, he had this sword forever at his side. which is why it means so much to me to have it by my side again, that I have it by my side again now too. And that is all thanks to you.
It was an honor.
Now, I have preparations to make for tomorrow. Perhaps I said a little too much.
Kazuma, you've changed.
No, Ryunosuke, I haven't changed at all. It's you who's changed. No, you changed a lot too, Kazuma.
Uno reverse card, no you. I can completely understand your resentment of Lord Van Zeeks, given what's happened. But the fact is, those events in this case are, well...
Unrelated? Is that what you want to say? How can you be so sure?
What do you mean?
Never mind. That man is the Reaper, and it's for that reason that the inspector was killed. I'm going to prove as much in court tomorrow, by whatever means necessary.
I can't let you do that, Kazuma.
I know you'll do what you have to as a lawyer. But I'm sure I don't need to tell you that I won't be taking any prisoners in the courtroom.
I would expect nothing less.
Until tomorrow, then, in the Old Bailey.
Forensics Laboratory. November, Forensics Laboratory. This place really is creepy, isn't it?
Well, being a dead room, it's probably full of the spirits of the dissected. But actually, there's a rather pleasing scent of roses in the air. Well, being a dead room, the coroner probably needs a bold scent like that to mask the odor of death.
Iris? Do you think we could change the subject?
Susato is tearing up. What was that? Shink, 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 shink.
Dr. Gory?
What?
That noise before.
I was sharpening my tools. I'd be dead meat if I didn't keep a perfectly keen edge on them.
Right.
When following the collagen fibers in the dermis, an expertly sharpened scalpel cuts like cheese. Would you like a demonstration? Oh, yes, please. I'd love to see. Then, I think you'll do nicely.
Huh? No! No, I wouldn't do nicely at all! I wouldn't cut like cheese! I mean, maybe some other time.
Tisk.
Was that a taunt? Well, we came here to ask questions, so... We have actually met before. I'm a lawyer, if you remember.
You're not dead yet.
What?
So Mama said I wasn't to cut you open. She's so strict about things like that.
Well, good. Dr. Scythe has some scruples, at least.
Oh dear. It looks like she's not interested in talking to us. For the time being, anyway.
For the time being? You mean Until we die? I hope that's a way off. Sorry, but I wasn't planning on dying anytime soon.
Tisk.
Surely there's some less drastic way of making her listen. A table and a set of sharp tools. When you consider each in isolation, that looks quite innocent. So why is it that when you put them side by side, they seem so horribly disturbing?
It might be best not to ponder it too deeply. That's Mama's dissection table. It's too high for me, though.
It is?
If I fell from that height in my sleep, it would really hurt. What? You mean you sleep in there? Autopsy work is very involved. It's usually too late to think about going home when I'm finished. But I have bad dreams when I sleep here, and I always end up falling onto the floor. So I'd like to exchange that table for a lower one.
Maybe you should just go home. Those large jars seem to have pale things floating inside them. I suppose they're fruit liquors or something. Like the pickled umeboshi plums we make back home.
Yes, let's assume there's something completely innocent like that. Ah, that jar you're looking at up there contains monkey brains. Oh my. The composition is similar to the human brain, so they make for interesting study material. And in the next jar along we have monkey.
No more monkey anythings, please.
If you say so. Oh dear. The time when I still thought it was just some pickled umeboshi plums seems so long ago already.
This looks different to before.
Of course, Mr. Naruhodo. Miss Gori is a young maiden. She has all sorts of charming little dolls and the like around her place of work too. Look.
Oh, yes, you're right. Perhaps she's not so strange after all.
They're how I practice.
Sorry?
Mama always says that operations and dissections require speed and accuracy. So I take out my needle and thread and stitch 3 new dolls every day.
Oh, right.
I used to make livers or kidneys or intestines. But Mama told me to make something more friendly instead. That's quite different to what I'd imagined.
Look at all the bottles on the shelves in these cabinets. What an assortment of chemicals.
These ones here are labeled highly toxic.
That's worrying, because there are also things that look like salt and pepper shakers in there.
Oh yes! And they actually say salt and pepper on them. The doctor probably spends a lot of time in this room, I suppose. Perhaps she has meals here sometimes.
Life goes on, even when you're surrounded by death. Oh, look at this! What a magnificent display case! The cherry wood has been polished to a high sheen, and the intricate carving is a joy to behold. Western cabinet makers really are very skilled, aren't they?
It's 10 people.
Pardon?
It's made from the bones of 10 different people, all mixed together. Some of my best work.
I was admiring the case, actually. The scary skeleton inside is something I intended to ignore as best as I can.
You're strange. I wonder who is the strangest.
Dr. Gory, we actually came here to ask you about this.
He was very good.
Good, sorry?
His skin didn't snag my blade once, and very little mess. His joints dislocated easily, and his muscle tissue was a pleasure to work with.
We skip those details.
Would you like to hear more?
But there's one thing about the report that's caught my attention. You don't seem to have recorded a time of death.
Oh.
That's not my fault.
That made me jump.
Then please, tell us what happened.
So why doesn't this autopsy report include the victim's time of death then? It's really the most crucial detail.
I was told not to write it.
What? By whom?
Miles Strongheart, the Lord Chief Justice. He came here.
Kind of sussy baka.
Mm-hmm.
Lord Strongheart came.
He said from the witness statements about the gunshot and the other evidence, it was obvious. The man clearly died at 5 p.m. on 1st November, when the gunshot was heard. But that's not the time of death you wrote on the report. You didn't write anything. Was there some reason you didn't include it?
Dr. Gory, if you're hiding something under Lord Strongheart's instructions, then sooner or later, you're gonna have to go the same way as your mother.
Give it here then.
Hmm? What's she scribbling so furiously?
There.
You've written...
What? What she's written? Tell us.
Indeterminate.
What?
What do you mean by that? Why was the time of death indeterminate?
When the specimen was brought in, it was still fresh.
No, don't call him that.
A real specimen he was, that corrects. So the time of death could easily have coincided with when the gunshot was heard. But there was one small discrepancy.
What discrepancy?
There was some fried fish in the pocket of the specimen's overcoat. Let's go! And that fish had started to rot.
What?
If the victim liked fresh fish, he presumably liked to eat it before it went off.
Well, yes. What are you really trying to say?
It's possible that someone tried to manipulate the apparent time of death.
Manipulate the... Is that even possible to do?
Theoretically, if you were to chill the body in ice, you could delay the onset of putrefaction. And if the overcoat wasn't on the body at the time,
Then only the fish
Then
would have
only-
started to rot.
Sorry.
with today's science, it's not yet possible to determine if the body was chilled or not.
But today's science is advanced enough to let you freeze a corpse, it seems. Oh, yeah, you stick it on some ice.
Hmm. But surely, to chill a corpse like that would require an enormous electrical refrigerator.
Or a bunch of ice.
And I don't imagine many households in London are equipped with such a device. No, definitely not. But maybe in a factory? Or some other special places? I don't recall seeing any factories or such like on Fresno Street, though. I wonder if the inspector's body had been chilled somehow. What might the actual time of death have been? I couldn't say for sure.
A bunch of ice wouldn't quite work, really? Ice has to stay cold? I mean, like, it depends on the amount of ice, right? And if you just, like, swapped it out. But you would need a lot of ice.
But at the most, it might have been a day earlier.
No.
In other words, it would corroborate your previous deduction, Mr. Naruto. That Inspector Gregson was killed a day before his body was discovered, at a different location.
Did you inform Lord Strongheart of this possibility?
He simply said that there were no electrical refrigerators of that size in the vicinity.
That does kind of wrench a plan. Oh yes, one other thing. It's something the governor of Barclay Prison told us. He said that your mother, Dr. Scythe, was responsible for confirming the death of the professor after his execution.
The professor.
Apparently you always enjoyed listening to your mother's stories about her work, so we were wondering if you might know something about what happened 10 years ago.
That's not all Mama did.
Sorry?
My mama carried out the autopsy of Clint Van Zeeks as well.
Really? The brother of Lord Van Zeeks, the professor's final victim.
The idea of carrying out an autopsy on a member of the aristocracy was completely unthinkable back then. But the detective in charge of the investigation insisted, and it was miraculously authorized. That detective being Inspector Gregson, of course.
Quite an accomplishment for one man.
That autopsy provided the vital clue needed to arrest the killer. And Mama was there for that historic event.
What does all this mean?
You know, that amazing autopsy happened right here in this very room. The professor and Clint Van Zeeks. They both spent their final moments before their burial on that dissection table over there. So this lab, Mama's lab, was instrumental in some of the country's most important events.
She really is proud of her mother. I wonder if you'd tell us more about exactly what happened back then, Dr. Corey.
The professor's execution was Mama's first big case. She had to be in attendance at Barclay Prison's execution chamber and sign the certificate to confirm the convict's death. Mama is the best coroner in the world, you know. I was so proud of her.
But the execution didn't actually take place.
No, and worse still, Mama actually helped with the jailbreak. I didn't want to know. Oh dear, you found out recently, you mean? I believed in her, in Mama, but now I wonder if I'm starting down the same path as her.
You mean because you admitted the time of death in this autopsy report? because Lord Strongheart forbade you from including it.
Just like Mama. I'm sure she was coerced by somebody too.
Yes, that's my feeling as well.
There's no doubt that there were powerful forces at play 10 years ago. The execution couldn't have been staged without a lot of people at the prison knowing about it. Obviously, the prison governor must have been in on it as well. The big man with the little handcuffs? According to what he told us. He was tricked by the chief warder. He says he knew nothing about it. Of course he said that. I'd say the same thing.
Just who was behind that jailbreak all those years ago? You mentioned the autopsy of Clint Van Zeeks.
It was at a time when carrying out autopsies of murder victims was very unusual. It's still not a practice that's observed in our country, even now. It turned out that he was the professor's final victim, and when the autopsy was performed, Mama was present, although only as a secondary assistant. The person leading the procedure was called Dr. John H. Wilson.
Oh ho ho ho! The plot thickifies.
You be sickening.
That's right, my daddy! And there was one other person present, the primary assistant. He was a visiting student from the Far East.
Wait, a visiting student?
It must have been my father, Eugene Mikotoba.
I had no idea Professor Mikotoba had been involved in something so important.
But the outcome of that historic autopsy was the discovery of a vital piece of evidence that led to the capture of the professor.
So that's how they came to identify Genshin Asogi as the infamous mass murderer. Do you happen to know anything about that piece of evidence? Can you tell us any more?
Would you like to see the records for yourself?
Would that be alright?
What's the point of keeping records if people can't look at them? They're filed under V at the back of those cupboards, with the other records from the last decade.
Thank you. Let's see. Van Zeeks. That's strange.
What, Mr. Naruhodo?
They aren't here. There's nothing under Van Zeeks.
There must be.
Perhaps somebody took them away?
No. No one's allowed to take documents related to the Professor case out of this room. But you're right. They're gone.
Well, when was the last time somebody looked at them? Do you remember?
It was... Oh, yes, I remember now. It was 2 years ago. A consulting detective
Mother effer.
came one day saying that he'd like to see the records.
No. You don't mean...
Herlock Sholmes was his name.
Deep down, I knew that was coming.
Do you think he stole the records? Oh no, surely not. Iris, that can't be right. Can it?
Well.
Iris? I guess we're gonna have to beat the shit out of him.
Reno, I hope you won't mind, but
What is it, Iris?
I've just remembered something very important I have to do. I'm going to have to leave you now. Oh, this is very sudden, Iris.
It's almost like you've got something to hide.
Well, we'll come with you then. Oh no! No! There's no need. You and Reno can take your time here. Bye for now then. Good luck. Wait a minute, little girl. Me? I remember now. You've been here before, haven't you?
Have you, Iris?
Irish?
Yes, 2 years ago, when that detective came.
Oh!
You were with him, weren't you? You were a living specimen then, too.
Why would that? Why? Of course she would be living back then too if she's alive now.
That's the way it usually works. Yes.
Yes.
Was I?
Puts goggles down.
I really don't remember.
I mean, 2 years ago she'd be like 8, so like, fair enough.
Anyway, sorry, but I must dash.
Wait, Iris.
I'll brew up a pot for you when you get home.
What's the matter with her? She's behaving really strangely all of a sudden. Well, in that case, we won't keep you for any longer either.
It's been quite a while since I had any visitors. This was really fun.
Aw.
But next time you come, I'd prefer it if you were ready for dissection.
Oh.
I can't make any promises. Sorry. It's a bit strange that the records of Clint Van Zeke's autopsy have disappeared. But I think we've asked all we came to ask now.
Maybe you should chase after Iris. Iris!
Iris! 2nd November. Naruhodo's legal consultancy.
Young lady, where did you go?
Oops. Not here.
Not here.
Second November. Room on Fresno Street. The police are still busily investigating in here then.
But Gina's nowhere to be seen. Where is she?
Yes, it has been blissfully quiet, hasn't it? Perhaps she's out investigating on her own, practicing what her boss taught her.
Well, I expect that she'll be back before too long. Shall we wait?
Actually, there's something different about this room since the last time we were here, isn't there?
We could always use the time to investigate more thoroughly.
Okay, this little trunk wasn't here before, was it?
Oh, it appears to be made of metal. It must be very heavy. I wonder to whom it belongs. There are some initials on the outside. Look. TG.
Let's ask one of the policemen if they know how it came to be here. I
Oh.
think that's Gina.
Oi! What you think you're doing? That's my trunk, that is. Hands off.
TG
Gina.
stands for Tobias Gregson.
Ah.
Where were you hiding?
I don't know. You leave something unattended for a few seconds, and every Tom, Dick, and Harry's got his greedy eyes on it.
Just a wild guess, Gina, but
What? Spit it out, Odo.
is it fair to say that you've only owned that trunk since this morning's trial?
What are you trying to say? Come on, this trunk goes with me everywhere. Always has. Where have you been the last year?
Trying not to incur your wrath, mainly.
You should hear them talking at the yard now. They should be ashamed of themselves. They're saying that it was the boss who killed all them bludgers.
Oh, you mean the whole Reaper thing?
Yeah. Apparently the boss was investigating stuff that no one else at the yard knew nothing about. Stuff to do with all them criminals what got off scot-free.
Yes, the ones prosecuted by Lord Van Zeeks who used bribery and corruption to evade conviction.
Well then, obviously it was that bloomin' Reaper giving the orders, weren't it?
But why would people be suspecting Inspector Gregson of being involved in the killings?
There was a notebook in his office.
Oh no, this doesn't sound good.
It had details about all the crimes that have been pegged as the Reaper's work.
What?
No. Did you see it, Gina? Did you see that notebook? They wouldn't flamin' let me, 'cause I'm just an apprentice apparently. But it was me who found it, and he was my boss. That's right. I was pretty miffed about it, so I sneaked a peek at what it said anyway. Oh,
So, Gina's so goated.
Gina is OP.
That's our Gina. So you managed to see what was written in Gregson's secret notebook anyway, did you?
way I see it, it's my right to read what he wrote. And what had he written, Gina? Dates, times, places, names, and a long list of them. All details about the bludgeon supposed to have been done in by the Reaper. But there could be an explanation for that. Perhaps it was a record of the inspector's investigations into the Reaper's activities. Exactly! That's what I said! That's the first thing you'd think, right? As it happens, it was full of names I recognized anyway.
Well, the Reaper's targets were almost exclusively known leaders of London's criminal underworld.
Oh, well, yeah, but there was one name right at the end that was a bit odd.
At the end of the list, you mean?
I'm pretty sure the date against it was 31st October. Oh, the day before the inspector was found dead.
So, what was the odd name?
It wasn't like a name I've ever seen before. It was something like, nah, it's no good. I can't remember it. I don't think it was an English name, put it that way. Oh dear, what a pity. There was something else too. I don't know if it matters, but the same name kept coming up over and over. Shin, it was. I knew it. Don't suppose it means nothing, anything, but
No. I'm sure it was nothing. Listen, we haven't told Iris that her dad's dead.
It's because she's not here right now.
Did you say Shin?
well, it does mean something.
Lord Van Zeeks knew the name too. He mentioned her as well. The woman who actually did the deeds. And now we find out her name appeared in Gregson's secret notebook. That is pretty sussy. Maybe even a little baka. We haven't seen you for a little while, have we, Gina?
Well, of course not. I've been busy, ain't I? Investigating and all that. The lads at the yard are trying to trace the boss's movements the day before it happened.
Day before? That would be the undercover investigation into the Red-Headed League then.
Only the boss didn't go, did he? You found some cove what was pretending to be him, didn't you, Odo?
Yes, it was Mr. Vigil who actually went to the park on Lime Street that day, posing as Gregson.
Well, anyway, you ain't the only one turning stuff up. I've got me own ways of getting results.
Dog!
When me and my partner here get together, there's nothing we can't track down. Oh, little Toby! He's such a faithful friend.
So, have you tracked anything down then?
What'd you think, eh? Course we have. Can't tell you though. Police business, isn't it?
Ugh.
Anyway, the point is, if you lot ever need any help, you know who to turn to, right? Me and the Hellhound here.
I love him.
Because he looks oh so hellish, honest. Gina, I bet you're Hellhound there.
Pick him back up.
Chief Inspector Toby, you mean? He's the pride of the force, he is. In Japanese, police dog means something quite different and not altogether nice to those involved in crime. But here in Britain, it's a wonderful compliment, it seems, for a canine at least.
It should be. After all, in the great exhibition case the other day, it was Toby here who managed to locate Drebber's workshop.
Maybe it's time for another demonstration of what this super dog can do, eh?
Do we have something the Chief Inspector could catch the scent of, I wonder?
I mean,
Wig! Well, Chief Inspector Toby, if you wouldn't mind having a sniff of this. Sniff, sniff, sniff,
Ooh.
sniff.
Oh.
He might be a little too keen, don't you think?
Ah!
Chief Inspector made short work of Gina there.
Woof.
Ah, look what he's gone to.
Oh my! That trunk clearly still has a very strong scent of Inspector Gregson.
In other words, it must have belonged to him.
Oh, all right. It's a fair cop, I suppose.
And you nearly got away with it, too!
You always talk so proudly of Chief Inspector Toby's nose and what it can achieve. Did it not cross your mind that he might identify something that was right next to us? Yeah, that was a bit of a bloomer, wasn't it?
Alright, that's enough now then, Gina.
Huh?
I think it's time you told us the truth about that trunk.
It weren't like that. It just weren't.
What are you talking about?
I know what's going through that head of yours, but that ain't what happened.
Alright then, what did happen?
Well, like I said before, we were trying to trace the boss's movements. So I let Toby here have a whiff of the boss's overcoat. And as soon as I done that, he went off like a shot. Straight to that sandwich.
To a sandwich? Not to a bag of chips?
Mr. Naruhodo, I believe Gina means the witness.
Oh, I forgot about that sandwich.
Mr. Sandwich.
Hot
Yeah.
actual hero.
He had it hidden between them wooden boards of his. The boss's trunk. Oh, Mr. Sandwich.
Oh, Mr. Sandwich. I mean, when they heard the sound like a gunshot and all piled in here.
Exactly. He nabbed it from the scene.
Wow, criminal mastermind.
My God, Mr. Sandwich.
Goodness. Me and the chief inspector gave that sandwich a good grilling. And you know what he said? I thought it might fetch a good price and the chap wouldn't be needing it anymore, so...
Oh my god, Mr. Sandwich, so
He
ruthless.
is ruthless.
But that's all I did. Would you Adam and Eve the cheek of it, eh? Stealing the dead boss's stuff to flog.
So Miss Venus wasn't the only one to meddle with the scene of the crime then.
How could they? So anyway, that's how it happened. And it's a pretty decent trunk, so I figure I might as well make use of it. Is there something wrong with that, eh? Well,
Maybe you and Mr. Sandwich should try to find the answer to that question together.
I think perhaps that trunk should be turned over to the police, don't you? What are you all about? I am the police.
Gina, if you wouldn't mind, could we maybe examine it?
Yeah, alright then. Do what you want with it. Thank you. We shall make a detailed record of our examination of the evidence.
Grr.
What's the matter with Toby? Why is he acting so aggressively towards me all of a sudden?
Mr. Naruhodo, be careful! It must be the trunk.
Oh god! Oh!
my
Oh no, I'm gonna
God.
die! Oh fuck!
Oh my God, dude.
Oh Jesus!
Toby, oi! What are you doing? You're gonna lick his face off!
I can't feel my back!
Mr. Naruhodo! Mr. Naruhodo!
Oh, it's like a Susato takedown, but worse.
Gina, quickly, hail a carriage.
Second November, 4:57 p.m. Naruhodo's legal consultancy.
Oh, God, my head. Oh, I had this horrible dream where I was on a ship to Britain and then Cosmo. Oh, my God. Oh, fuck.
Oh, Mr. Naruto, are you all right?
Oh, Miss Susato.
Hey, buddy. Ah, conscious again at last. A blessed relief, my dear fellow. After all, to drop dead after a moderate licking by a small terrier. Most unseemly.
That would be very embarrassing.
What is or isn't seemly is irrelevant here, Mr. Sholmes.
Damn, he's dead.
You tell him, Susato.
I'm so glad there's no lasting damage. How are you feeling?
I'm fine, thank you. Did you bring me back here? What is this on my head? Oh, bandage.
Sadly, we had no ice. So that's a compress of sugar water.
Sugar water?
Don't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. It's a first aid treatment that my father taught me.
Oh, thank you.
So let us take tea when you're feeling up to it. But of course, no sugar in the patient's cup.
Ugh. Bump on my head is throbbing sweetly enough, don't worry.
Whenever you feel ready, then.
Thank you for your concern, Mr. Sholmes.
My dear fellow, think nothing of it. I must say I was quite startled when I heard that you'd been attacked by a dog. For a moment, I feared that infamous murderer of so many had come back from the dead.
You mean the professor?
Fortunately, I see your prized throat is unscathed. That stiff, turned-up collar of yours obviously afforded some welcome protection.
Was I that close to death? All I really remember is the dog licking my face over and over and over again.
Well, if you wish to avoid such troubles in the future, a little mustard spread on the cheeks should do the trick. I should think that would balance the sweetness of your bandage rather splendidly.
They're turning him into a into a sandwich.
Yeah,
Now
into a
I'm sandwich.
Are you all right, Mr. Naruhodo? It's rather unusual to find ourselves here in the middle of our investigations.
This is how I almost fucking died!
Please don't worry. As long as you continue your investigation, there's nothing wrong. Yeah!
Second November, Sholmes Suite.
Mit dem Schwarzbiergebot.
What the fuck?
Iris, what did you do? Oh my god. Iris?
Bro, what is going on? What on earth is going on? Am I having a bad dream? Is this a trip? Am I tripping?
Iris, look at me. Oh no. It's an old German folk song. Rather a fine rendition, I think.
That's the least of my concerns.
Iris?
Iris, what's the matter?
Who is that sprawling? I mean, that relaxed gentleman over there.
Iris?
Very relaxed.
Is she even listening?
Excuse me, sir. I do apologize for troubling you whilst you're singing so merrily, but would you be kind enough to explain the situation? Bro.
Well, that worked.
A crooning gentleman and a mute young girl. A rather tantalizing juxtaposition. And one that appears to have incited the gods of deduction within me to find their voices too.
No.
Mr. Sholmes, do you mean? It's time. The strains of reasoning within me are playing now as a delightful duet. One melody sings of a reunion full of nostalgia, whilst the other is a morose theme about the great secret you're trying so desperately to conceal, Iris.
She's turned as white as a sheet.
So, as usual, you've instantly seen to the very heart of the matter.
And by the time my own brief performance is over, I feel sure this gentleman's song will reach its finale. So then, to Music Land, where all is sweetness and delicacy and harmony. Pray, do enjoy Herlock Sholmes' latest logic and reasoning spectacular.
Oh boy. Let's take another break before we start this one. BRB.
Okay.
Okay, are we back? Question mark.
Hmm?
Back in action? Time for us to be back in action? But the ace is but the return.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's get to it. The game is afoot.
It's a foot. Clover, no. Firstly, we consider the gentleman's nationality. Clearly, he's a German with no grasp of the English language. Oh my god, dude. You know, he looks familiar, that mustache.
I don't know what you could mean.
As evidenced by the Germanic song he sings and his apparent inability to understand when asked to desist. So, why is the man here at all, and in such apparently high spirits? The answer, of course, Iris, is clearly known to you. Her face! No!
Oh no, I didn't do anything.
Indeed, we need only follow the gaze of those bright young eyes to unravel that particular part of this mystery. The reason for the man's mildly irritating warbling is revealed by the herbal tea. You obviously offered our German guest a cup of your latest herbal blend. The tea's delectable flavor has made the man's spirit soar. And resulted in this joyous ditty tumbling incessantly from his lips. I eagerly await sampling the flavor myself, that I may join the fellow in his state of elation. Oh my god. Now to the next question. Who exactly is this gentleman availing himself so thoroughly of the settee?
I'm gonna send you a picture of what Cookie is doing on our floor right now.
Okay. Oh, Cookie, you look happy.
She's just rolling around.
Rolling back and forth. As it happens, a number of years ago now, a certain gentleman of German origin engaged my services in solving a particularly delicate case. He required the retrieval of letters once sent to an acquaintance that might have proved problematic. In order to conceal his noble identity, he also arrived at my office in a mask. The gentleman's name was Wilhelm Gottsreich? Sigismund von Ormstein. The King of Germany.
Oh yes, the whole ass king of Germany.
If my memory serves, the mask worn by this gentleman is identical. Yes, there can be no question. That mask belongs to the King of Germany. It would appear that His Majesty remembers the fine service I afforded him, and has decided to show his face again, mask and all, in order to express his gratitude. A well-mannered monarch indeed. Wouldn't you agree, my dear fellow? So, the identity of this masked visitor is in fact my former client, the King of Germany. Indeed, his son is currently in London as well, enjoying the wonders of the Great Exhibition.
Is Germany real Sherlock Holmes? I mean, Sherlock Holmes.
Which leaves us with one remaining imponderable yes. You, young Iris. But your apparent inexplicable silence is unable to hide the truth. Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside that knapsack. A £5 note, I believe. I must say, as your compatriot, I'm deeply saddened.
He's like, we could have paid rent with that.
Right, exactly. It would appear that you've allowed yourself to be bribed into silence by His Royal Highness, earning yourself some spending money in exchange for keeping quiet about the king's secret. And now, the final piece of the puzzle. What is this secret you strive to hide with your silence, Iris? Ah, yes. We need only follow that brief, involuntary twitch of your eyes to find the answer. You were attempting to abscond with that coffee cup. My favorite coffee cup, in fact. Or should I say the handle of my favorite coffee cup? It appears that his high-spirited highness broke it in the midst of his hijinks. Which leads us to the sad truth. My favorite coffee cup has been broken by the King of Germany, and Iris, you tried to conceal it from me. I shall have a bill sent to via governmental channels to the German royal family for its replacement. Oh my god, dude. No, he's deflated.
He's sad now. It was his favorite cup.
Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this painful puzzle. This wasn't the conclusion he wanted to reach. With your silence as well, the fellow's jovial warbling rather rings in the ears, does it not?
Mr. Sholmes, I must say something does rather trouble me.
Oh,
Hydrating.
hydrating. Cheers!
Hydration station. Beep, 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 beep.
Pray, Mr. Sato, do tell.
His Royal Highness doesn't appear to have moved a muscle since we arrived.
Ah,
And you haven't said a word either, Iris. If Mr. Sholmes has it all right, you might as well own up to If Mr. Sholmes has it all right, you might as well own up to it now. Is that the King of Germany?
you'll tell us, right?
You tell me if the King of Germany was here, right? We're friends, Iris. I want to know the King of Germany.
Your reasoning isn't entirely without substance, I must admit.
And one other thing, Mr. Sholmes.
Yeah, yet another grievance, Mr. Naruhodo? Surely not.
Well, I actually read the story of that case recently, the one you were just describing, and according to that, at least, it wasn't the king of Germany, it was the king of Bohemia.
Oh my god. Goodness! Was it?
Yes, that's quite true. Master Gotz, the prince, testified to that in court. In his words, I have come to see the great exhibition all the way from my home in Bohemia.
I would ask you to keep that minor error to yourselves. It could easily become quite a scandal.
I believe, Mr. Naruhodo, that it's our turn now to make some corrections to a number of minor errors that may have slipped in.
Yes, even Mr. Sholmes is willing to admit he might be slightly wide of the mark this time. Although it's clear that Iris is definitely hiding something. We need to find out the truth behind this mysterious scene.
But one truth is incontrovertible. My favorite coffee cup is no more.
Poor Mr. Sholmes.
So, shall we embark again? On a joint presentation of Herlock Sholmes' logic and reasoning spectacular.
Alright, let's get it. So what? It's some mix of herbs that gives you the urge to sing?
Goodness, I should like to try some.
And I'd like to hear your singing, but this man, just how long does he intend to keep up with that tune, do you suppose?
As I said, he's been stock still the entire time. And if you look closely, his lips aren't moving either.
Oh.
So I'm not sure what's actually responsible for the spirited singing. But I suspect the answer lies at the end of Iris's gaze.
What? Haha! I was like, how do I move this shit? Wait, this...
Is it gramophone? Still rarely seen in our own country. The sound certainly appears to be coming from the horn.
But machine singing? That can't be right.
Science and technology are changing the world rapidly, Mr. Naruhodo. What's right is changing too.
To be fair, records are fucking magical. It's too much for my brain.
Well, at least we found our answer. Cry.
The reason for the man's mildly irritating warbling is revealed by the gramophone.
Indeed, for no well-bred gentleman would break into an obscure folk song when making a social call. In other words, this gentleman isn't singing at all. In fact, it would appear that the fellow is unconscious. I mean, yes.
Oh, the music seems to have stopped now.
I ask you, Mr. Naruhodo,
Yes?
why would I have purchased a recording of that gibberish?
How should I know?
Well, never mind. On with the deduction. Who exactly is this gentleman? It's the king of Germany.
Okay, although we've already established that it was actually the King of Bohemia.
It seems Mr. Sholmes intends to persist with his Germany theory for some reason.
Come to think of it, the young prince was wearing a mask as well, wasn't he?
Master Gotts, the boy whom you had in tears?
Okay, don't remind
That
me,
boy you made cry.
or anyone else.
Do you suppose all members of the aristocracy of mainland Europe wear masks?
I'm sure they do. Well, probably anyway. The point is, that mask doesn't belong to any king.
No, that's right, as we well know. Because we can identify the true owner of this mask.
Doesn't this mask belong to Van Zeeks? Or
Wasn't it
Kazuma,
owned by
actually?
Kazuma?
Yeah, I think it's Kazuma's mask. Yes, there can be no question. That mask belongs to Kazuma Asogi.
In other words, my memory is sublimely unreliable.
he's not even trying. He's like, nope, I fucked that one. Wow. Only you could try to make that sound positive. Kazuma's mask has been languishing on this metal chest for several days, though that doesn't explain why the gentleman is wearing it now.
But it is now a simple matter to determine our guest's true identity. After all, the gentleman is unconscious. We need only excuse ourselves in advance, gently lift the mask, and peer beneath it.
I wonder who it could be.
Who could it possibly be?
Hey, that's not the King of Germany. I don't
Or
believe
King
it.
of Bohemia.
Ah! Father! No, I think not, Mr. Sholmes.
Then it would appear our logic and reasoning has once again revealed the truth. This mysterious visitor
Is my unconscious father, Eugene Mikotoba.
Oh, she feels so bad.
Logic and reasoning, or just looking and saying?
Yes.
This captured perfectly. We did it. We solved it. We solved the
did it.
mystery.
We did it.
Okay, so that's a 5-pound note poking out from Iris's knapsack, is it?
Oh dear, I can't be sure. Most money that we encounter is in coin form.
I know. I'm not even sure if we've seen any banknotes here in Britain at all, have we?
But anyway, Father would never have paid money for Iris's silence.
He certainly seems like the silent type himself, though, judging by his present state. There must be some other reason for Iris's silence, I suppose.
Perhaps what Iris is trying so hard not to give away with her eyes is something entirely different.
Da, 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 da. Now I think about it, Iris always wears that little bag on her back, doesn't she?
Yes, that's right. Though it's easy to forget about it because you can't see it from the front. There are 2 little felt dolls attached to it as well.
Are there? I had no idea. I don't remember ever seeing them before. Is it possible there's always a 5-pound note poking out from her bag that I just haven't noticed before, too?
I couldn't say with absolute certainty, but I think it's unlikely.
Persian slipper? What is this? The slipper features in the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, doesn't it?
It does. When I first saw it there on the mantelpiece, I very near fainted with excitement.
Doesn't Iris keep her 11s in there?
Yes, that part was never mentioned in the stories.
We could swap it for the Japanese equivalent of a slipper for fun. In other words, for a wouldn't get us sandal.
But then it wouldn't be possible to hide anything inside.
Which matters because... This... Oh, ha ha ha, it's open!
This metal chest, it contains important documents, doesn't it?
Yes, details of all the cases Mr. Sholmes has worked on over the years. Written up by Iris's father, if I'm remembering correctly. Iris insists that the chest is kept locked at all times. She's never once shown me inside.
Well, its contents are invaluable to her, I suppose, and entirely irreplaceable. But look at it now. The catch is unlocked for once.
So it is! That's hard to ignore.
Very. I've never seen this chest unlocked before in all the time we've been staying here at Baker Street.
Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside the metal chest.
An excellent observation, for upon closer inspection, there is something different about the chest's appearance. It's kept locked at all times, yet now, the catch is open. Evidently, this has something to do with your refusal to speak, Iris. But it's simple enough matter to incite you to speak, I'm sure. I merely need open this chest.
Wait, why was that Ryunosuke talking?
Oh, sorry. No, well, regardless. It should be.
I was saying, it seemed like a Sholmes line.
Here we go.
No! Honey, don't!
Oh, he's fucking dead! Oh no! Wait, we did it! Mr. Sholmes!
Honey!
He's dead!
Never! Oh, honey, I you not to open it.
So you found your voice now, Iris. In other words, what just happened clearly reveals the truth here. Yes, the real reason for your silence until now is...
This is somewhat different to the usual dance of deduction you perform with Mr. Sholmes, isn't it?
Well, he's left me alone on the ballroom floor, so I'm gonna have to dance this next part solo. Anyway, I need to get to the bottom of this for my own peace of mind. Now then, Iris isn't usually the silent type, so...
You mean you don't actually know the answer yet, despite that knowing point of the finger before?
Hey, Sean, you just missed Herlock Sholmes fucking eating shit and dying.
He died.
Sometimes a man needs to point his finger first and think later.
Oh, well, if you say so.
Oh, you tuned in? Tuned in during his death, I see.
I see.
I think we'd better examine Iris more closely and try to rescue the situation then.
There it is. What am I looking for? Hey, that looks like a key. That's a key she's holding. Look. I'm sure that wasn't in her hands before, was it?
No, you're right. You're quite right. It's appeared as if by magic.
That's strange. A big old iron key. Where did it materialize from? Yes, the real reason for your silence until now is that key behind your back. And Mr. Sholmes was thrown into the air before. Just before you called out to try to stop him, you slipped something out of your mouth. She had it in her mouth!
No!
That something is the key now in your hands. No doubt the key to the chest. Don't put strange things in your mouth, Iris.
Oh my goodness, young lady.
You're so clever, Renu.
So now it becomes clear. Thanks to Mr. Sholmes' graphic demonstration, well, imagine what happened here. Professor Mikotoba also opened that metal chest, only to be punched into the air
My god.
and land sprawled on the settee. The
But
settee.
wait, that doesn't explain all the facts. What about the stylish scarf and the cup of tea? And above all, why would he be wearing Kazuma-sama's mask?
There's just a lot happening.
Well, for those curious details, I can think of only one explanation. Clearly an unbelievable miracle took place in this room. Now we sound like Herlock Sholmes. Isn't that right, Iris? Consider how the room was arranged before this whole painful experience took place. Oh, we're gonna enjoy a treat here. When Professor Mikotoba opened the chest, completely unaware of what awaited him inside. The mask was flung into the air just as he was, only to land neatly on his face when it fell back down. The teacup's journey through the air ended when it caught on the unconscious professor's finger.
You mean to say that the stylish scarf?
It's actually just a tablecloth. This is the great detective's office, after all, a place of miraculous deductions.
So
Did
cute.
you expect anything less? Adorable.
Yes, you're right. It happened exactly as you said. Brilliant, Reno.
Thus concludes Ryunosuke Naruhodo's great deduction of this punchy puzzle.
So then, why don't I make a fresh pot of tea for us all?
Do we have any pots left? Oh, he's alive!
Oh my god! He lives. An admirable performance, Mr. Naruto. But in the final act of the show there, you rather missed everything of importance.
Mr. Sholmes.
If you would cast your mind back to my earlier deduction. Iris, clearly you're hiding a great secret.
She is? From the look on her face. Mr. Sholmes must be right, whatever that great secret is. The cat isn't out of the bag yet.
So I put it to you again. You were attempting to abscond with that coffee cup. It really is a shame about Mr. Sholmes' cup. He's
been
so fixated on it.
Must have been smashed when Professor Mikotoba opened the chest.
Oh dear. So many things seem to have been broken here.
So booby-trapped. But now that the deduction has taken a different direction, Iris doesn't seem to be trying to hide the broken cup anymore.
In other words, her great secret is something else.
Let's put our observational skills to work here one final time then. You were attempting to abscond with that case file.
Iris, as you know very well, nothing escapes the attention of a great detective. This is what happens when a bunch of detectives are together in a room bored.
We visited Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratory earlier today. Dr. Gorey informed us that the autopsy report of Clint Van Zeeks had gone missing.
Clint Van Zeeks. Yes, I do seem to recall. That some years ago I asked to see the report in question. You were with me, weren't you, Iris?
You mean it was you, Iris? So those papers you have there are...
I'm sorry.
Forgive me!
Deduction complete.
In truth. I would like to have thought I could have predicted the booby-trapped chest. But it caught me completely off guard. I was very nearly the late consulting detective, Sherlock Sholmes.
I almost died for real, for real.
I'm sorry, Hurley.
So you mean this autopsy report really is...
Yes, I took it from the lab, even though I knew it was very important. Was there something in it that troubled you, Iris? Not exactly something that troubled me. Something I'd been looking for. When I saw this report, when I saw the writing in it.
Ah, Adrian. Rating with a party of 23.
Whoa!
Thanks for the raid. How are you doing
Big
on
raid.
this fine evening? I heard on the grapevine that you are doing some TwitchCon hosting, and that is pretty
Ooh.
poppin'.
Poppin'. I knew it was Daddy's.
The writing?
Your father's writing. What do you really mean?
Yeah, it's funny. I didn't even know TwitchCon was like happening until like somebody brought it up like yesterday. I was talking to Naja yesterday. That was what happened. She was just like, "Oh yeah, Adrian's hosting TwitchCon." I was like, "Okay, I just learned that." Or maybe it was this morning actually. Yeah. Anyway, must be something that's hard for her to talk about.
Forgive me for interrupting, my dear fellows.
Mr. Sholmes, what is it?
I feel as though the poor unconscious gentleman on the settee has been somewhat forgotten.
Oh no!
Father! Perhaps we should find our guest somewhere more peaceful to rest? Mr. Naruto,
Yes?
would you be so kind as to lend him your bed? We must do our very best to make him comfortable, I feel, after he got his lights punched out.
Oh, yes, of course. I'll help you carry him up.
So will I.
It's a full circle moment. Within every TwitchCon since 2015, hosting this on your bucket list. Ah, cool. Nice. I went to the first, like, 3, I think. Yeah. I went to the first, like, 3. I haven't really been since, yeah. I haven't been since I graduated college, I think.
No, I can manage alone, thank you. You have tea to enjoy. We wouldn't want Iris's brood to stew.
That brew is on the ground. Because there's no better way to make the professor comfortable than dragging him upstairs like a trunk. I wonder, perhaps that was deliberate. Maybe Mr. Sholmes is making himself scarce to give Iris the chance to talk more freely.
We must use this opportunity to talk with Iris. And find out what's going on.
Why did you steal an autopsy report? I want to know about this first.
When I saw the writing on that report, I could hardly believe it. I know that handwriting, I thought to myself.
Oh, because it was the same as the writing you'd seen on your father's case notes.
Exactly. I was desperate to compare the two properly. I needed to see them side by side. I asked the doctor in the laboratory, but I was told I couldn't take the report away.
Oh, I stole it.
And even worse, I was told that the first and last time we'd be allowed even to look at it there.
So you decided to steal it.
When I compared the autopsy report with the case notes I had here, there was no doubt. The handwriting was exactly the same. It was Daddy's.
And the signet. Oh, oops. That's just that though.
And the signature of the coroner at the bottom of the autopsy report.
Read Dr. John H. Wilson.
So that's how I finally found out. I learned Daddy's name at last.
I see. Oh my god, she didn't even know her dad.
She didn't know his name this whole time? How?
Ah!
How is that possible?
Scream.
Ever since then, I've called myself Iris Wilson.
Wait, hang on. Mr. Sholmes, where did you get this child? I'm not certain.
And that's also when I had the brilliant idea of writing stories all about Daddy's exciting times with Hurley.
Oh my god, imagine being raised by Herlock Sholmes.
What did he call you?
I decided then that I'd write The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes.
Also, you were 8? You were 8 years old? Anime games sometimes, I swear to God.
Iris, I had no idea the stories had quite such a deep personal significance for you.
I can see why the autopsy report was so important to her now. And why she was prepared to break the law to get her hands on it. Oh, baby, we broke some laws for sure. Would you like to tell us about it, Iris? About your father?
I'm sure I told you before, didn't I? That Daddy used to be Hurley's partner? Yes, and that notes about all the cases they solved together are kept inside that metal chest. That's right. Hurley told me, you see. He said that Daddy's somewhere far away now, so we can't meet.
Oh my god! That's one way of describing it.
Huh?
The afterlife is very far away.
It's very far, yes.
Then, when I secretly unlocked the chest and read through the papers inside.
This is like when your mom is like, "Oh, your turtle went to live on a farm," and you're like, "Okay, yeah, that sounds fine," because you're like a child. Except it's your surrogate father telling you about your potentially other surrogate father. She's like, where is my dad that I can't talk to him? He's in America. And the problem with that is he's in New Jersey. Fair. Can't go there.
I started to build up a picture in my head of what Daddy must be like.
Well, that's only natural.
You're just like any other girl of your age. I read that Daddy was a professor of medical science, so I studied and took my degree too.
Oh my god! Well, that's only natural, I suppose.
In that respect, you're not quite like any other girl of your age, though. But there was one thing that I could never find out.
Bro, what if she just comes out and says, like, I never found out how he died? And you're like,
She knew this whole time.
Daddy's name. How?
so fucked up! What?
How?
How is that possible?
His name wasn't anywhere on any of the notes that he'd made about his work with Hurley.
Bro, the mystery, it's so thick.
But then one day,
That's what happened, is it? When you saw this autopsy report, you finally managed to work it out. Is that right? What if it's just some unrelated dude with the same handwriting?
It'd be pretty uncanny.
yes,
So it was the handwriting in the report that caught her eye.
I must apologize, Iris.
Huh.
This is really all my fault.
Hurley.
I made a promise, you see, that until the time was right, I'd keep the details about your father a secret. I mean, it really is all Sholmes' fault at this point.
Once the time was right. I mean, I get it. She is only 10 years old.
Yeah.
I know. I've been very naughty. I'll take the autopsy report back to Dr. Corey and apologize. I promise.
No, wait. Before that, let's take a look. I mean, we're already here. You've already got it.
Yes, we'll go together, I think.
Then, let me look after it for you until we get there.
Yeah, Susato! Yes, Susato!
You're so slick, Miss Susato.
Yes. Look at it.
Let's see. Coroner, Dr. John H. Wilson. Victim, Clint Van Zeeks. Male, age 33, nationality, British. Time of death, 31st May, between 9 p.m. and midnight. Death
Okay.
from a single stab wound to the heart. Other superficial external wounds indicative of a duel. Recent
Oh.
scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring fingers of the right hand, but no document in corresponding ink was found. Wait, death from a single stab wound to the heart? That doesn't sound like getting mauled by a dog. Vital evidence recovered from the victim's stomach during autopsy. Credit to Inspector Gregson for petitioning so doggedly for the autopsy procedure. No internal trauma noted anywhere on the body. What was in the stomach?
What was in the tummy?
I must go and water my herbs, I think. I'll see you all later.
Poor Iris. She must be feeling awful. I know Mr. Sholmes is here for her, but still.
How? What's the meaning of this, Mr. Sholmes?
Mr. Sholmes?
Oh, dear me. So, you've noticed, I see.
But that would mean...
What on earth's the matter, Miss Susato? You've turned as white as a sheet.
It's this autopsy report, Mr. Naruhodo. The one from 10 years ago. The writing isn't Dr. Wilson's at all.
Huh?
What?
Thanks for the follow, Ray of Light. What? What?
What? What does that mean? Whose is it?
What do you mean? How could you possibly know that?
Because I know this writing very well.
Oh no, it's Mr. Eugene Mikotoba!
No freaking way!
This writing, it's my father's.
What? Professor Mikotoba's?
So he wrote the case notes that Iris has been holding on to this whole time, and so she
Bro,
that it's
Dude,
her father's handwriting.
this is actually incredible because it means that now Eugene Mikotoba is the surrogate father of 2 children and the real father of 1 child.
Yes. He's secretly Iris's dad somehow.
Because he
And
took it
now
because
you
he took in
know.
Kazuma, right? After his dad died.
Yes.
So he was like, okay, new son acquired. Oops, accidentally a British daughter.
And now you know, my dear fellows.
No, I don't know
We
anything.
don't know anything. That's right, we don't know anything.
What on earth does all of this mean, Mr. Sholmes? Please, my tiny brain can't handle it. Because the idea that's slowly forming in my mind, it's just too extraordinary to believe. Please, you have to explain.
You have to.
So, this autopsy report was actually penned by Professor Mikotoba then? But that makes no sense. It's not possible, surely.
Not possible. My dear fellow. Pray take a deep breath and think again.
Yes, you're right. In some ways, it actually makes a great deal of sense.
It does?
Huh?
10 years ago is when Father returned to Japan after his extended study tour in Britain.
And
gonna
Iris
be
is
like-
10 years old?
It's gonna be like all these fucking. It's gonna be like all these fucking things. Where it's like your father went very far away, and we were sitting here thinking, "Oh, that must mean he's dead." No, he just went to fucking Japan.
No way! And prior to his return, where was Dr. Miko to find Gage?
All these dudes fucked up big in Subway on their very long. Exactly.
No!
I tell you, knowing firsthand. No, wait, secondhand, because I've never been on one of these things, but like knowing secondhand what happens on these kind of like study abroad trips, yeah, definitely some fucked up shit going on. Of course, he was an assistant in Dr. Wilson's laboratory, learning about forensic science.
And as an assistant, he would have aided with the dissection work, making detailed notes, which would be assembled into the full autopsy report. Once the work was complete, the head coroner would check the contents and put his signature on the document.
In other words, the only writing of Dr. Wilson's in the report would be his signature at the end.
Wow, that's awkward as hell. I see. Okay, all right, Iris, good news. Your dad is not dead.
Iris, we need a paternity test.
So, Iris got the wrong end of the stick, you mean? She saw that and assumed the whole report had been written by Dr. John H. Wilson.
There's so much that's being hidden from this little girl.
Which is very understandable, of course.
What a complicated situation. I need a relationship map. Thinking about it, most of what we know about you, Mr. Sholmes, comes from the published stories of your exploits.
Yes, The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, written by Iris.
And we really have no way of knowing what's fact and what's fiction.
Most troubling for you, my dear fellow, I'm sure.
So what about this supposed partner of yours? Did he really exist or not?
Ah, you've come straight to the point, I see.
And please come straight to the answer.
I believe Iris explained it in one of her installments. He was a trusted comrade, and the only person I could truly have called a friend.
And did this partner of yours truly make a record of all your cases? Are his notes really stored inside that metal chest?
Absolutely, my dear madam. Absolutely.
So, where's your partner now?
We rarely meet. You see, he lives on the other side of the world.
This motherfucker. This is okay. This is like if your mom was like, "Oh, your turtle went to live on a farm upstate." And then you go upstate and your fucking turtle is on the farm alive. Okay. But if this autopsy were But if this autopsy report and the records of all your old cases were penned by the same hand, and if the autopsy report was written, though not signed, by your famous partner, there would be only one logical conclusion.
Pray, impress me.
Turns out your little turtle was a giant tortoise. Happens to be a sanctuary upstate, yeah? Your partner would have to be Eugene Mikotoba. In other words, Miss Susato's father.
Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo,
Yes?
you are coming along wonderfully. You have hit upon the method at last. You finally grasped the art of deduction.
You mean to say...
Allow me to introduce you. To my great friend and partner, Mikotoba.
Professor Mikotoba!
What? What? Does this mean
I have great news for you, Susato.
That you're the real Dr. Wilson?
No, my dear. I'm still my old self, Eugene Mikotoba, your father!
Oh, of course.
This is obviously too much for Susato-san to take in. I must say, though, how my old friend has attained worldwide celebrity as a great mystery solver is the greatest mystery of all.
I still remember the first time we met. Pray remind me. When was it again, Mikotoba?
16 years ago, Sholmes.
Ah, yes, quite. 16 years ago.
I'd just arrived from Japan with Seishiro and Genshin. I was in search of lodgings close to the hospital, some comfortable rooms at a reasonable price.
But rents are devilishly high in that particular area.
That's right, so I decided I needed someone to share lodgings and the expense, and was fortunate enough to be introduced to Sholmes, who found himself in a similar situation.
I was a callow fellow back then, a mere shadow of the great detective you see before you now. I was working at the hospital's chemical laboratory at the time, indulging my curiosities for little gain.
And the situation of our cohabitation led to us pursuing cases together, you see. Hard to believe, it was a mere 6 years. We had a great many adventures.
But in the last year of Mikotoba's stay in Britain, that most infamous of cases presented itself. A case with which you've become rather familiar yourselves. The professor killings.
After the trial, Seishiro and I were summoned back home. Hardly surprising given the circumstances.
So there you have it. And as you know, all the details recorded by my trusty chronicler remain in that metal chest.
This is just amazing. Professor Mikotoba really is Mr. Sholmes' famous partner.
Father,
Goodness, my dear. What a cutting look.
Is Iris my little sister?
Do I have another family member?
as your daughter, I'm very proud to learn that you were the great detective's great partner. But nevertheless, there's another mystery that I really must ask you to explain now.
and that is...
What do you mean you don't? Why you don't know?
You know very well what it is. The unresolved matter of Iris's father.
Oh, of course. I'd almost forgotten about that one. I should have seen this coming, I suppose.
You got some splainings.
You have some explaining to do, sir.
Iris told us that all the notes about the great detective's adventures are in that metal chest. Written by her father. Isn't that correct, Mr. Sholmes?
That is indeed what I told Iris.
But if you're Sholmes' partner, father, and you wrote all those case notes, then Iris's father must be you.
Duh.
Upon my word, Miss Susato. You are coming along wonderfully as well. You too have hit upon the method at last. You finally grasped the art of deduction.
What?
What you've always told me, father, is that my mother died when I was born 16 years ago. And you left me in grandmother's care whilst you embarked on your study tour of Britain. And I've always accepted that. But all this about Iris.
Oh, there it is! Susato-san's ice cold stare! Whoop, 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 whoop.
Oh.
It's not aimed at me for once! Score! No, now hold on a minute. It was very complicated. I mean, it's really not what you think.
Then perhaps you'd like to explain exactly what it is?
Oh, she's ready for the takedown! She's
Bro,
in
you
position.
gonna die.
There it is. Now the eyes go from ice cold to red hot just before she... No, really, you've got the wrong end of the stick. Sholmes, say something, man.
He set it all up.
Always put his coat back on.
He changed clothes. That's quite enough, my fiery fellows.
Susato's like ready to fucking like fight her dad, and
Yes.
Sholmes is in the background just like putting on his coat like,
Yes.
Mr. Sholmes, when did he get all dressed up?
Whilst I don't like to interrupt this exciting exploration of the past, are we really not going to address the whole father thing?
Oh my god.
Mikotoba and I have an urgent matter that requires a short excursion.
You couldn't just explain?
No, they
Before
got
you
to hold it
go?
for later.
But it's very late, Mr. Sholmes. Where must you go?
Why, my dear madam, is that not obvious? My partner and I must pursue our natural enemies. So get your coat, Mikotoba. The game is afoot.
The game is afoot. Sholmes, I really must give Susato a full explanation, I think.
Yes, you should. Later, my dear fellow, later. Our carriage awaits downstairs.
This
All
fucking
ready.
guy.
No.
You haven't changed one iota, have you? I mean, really. I visit our home after 10 long years. And when I open that chest in a fit of nostalgia, I quite inexplicably pass out. And as if that wasn't enough, when I eventually regain consciousness, I'm plunged straight into all this.
Father, please go with Mr. Sholmes now. I've no doubt that whatever happened, you were acting in everyone's best interests.
And if not, there's a fresh Susato takedown waiting for you when you get back.
Well, that's always ready.
I trust you completely until you break that trust.
In which case, these hands will throw.
Susato.
And setting the great detective and his great partner off on renewed adventures together is more than I could have hoped for in my wildest dreams.
Very well then. We'll speak again later.
So, I believe your own work is done for the day? I wish you the best of luck tomorrow.
Yes, Naruto. Good luck in battle. And in reaching a decision.
A decision about whether to go back to Japan, I suppose.
今日はあまりにもいろいろなことが起こりすぎた。
Oh my god, the voice acting.
Whoa.
しかし後になって僕たちは知ることになる。その混乱の中にこそ全ての真実を知るために必要な手がかりがあったのだと。そして僕自身が覚悟を決めるためにもそれは必要なことだったのかもしれない。
Oh, he said resolve. That's the name of the second game. It's like when you start Heaven's Ward and they're just like moving ever Heaven's Ward, and you're like, whoa, they said the thing. Oh, that's the end of the case.
What?
Oh, interesting. So they gave you like a one and a bit one, I guess, right? Yeah, final, the resolve of Ryunosuke Naruto. Oh, ooh, buddy. It looks like we're gonna start the final case next week.
How exciting.
Wow. Wow. It's been quite a long journey. But we've reached the beginning of the end.
My god, this whole soap opera, dude. Around Iris's origins.
There were so many mysteries, and they're just dropping bombshell after bombshell now that we're in the like last sort of segment of the last game. That's crazy. Damn. Okay. Well, thank you for coming, everybody.
Yeah.
Tune in next week if you want to know the continuation of what happens this week, because that's how the story works.
It's gonna be crazy, probably.
Next
If this
week,
was any
8
indication.
p.m. Pacific time. This is the time we do it at the same time every week, unless we aren't there. See you maybe tomorrow. Yeah, we're gonna stream tomorrow, or I'm intending on streaming tomorrow. I don't know if Sean and Dan will be there.
Ooh.
They might they might be running some dungeons. I haven't. Dan has Dan confirmed that he's gonna be there? Did he like react with like a thumbs up or something? No response. He was definitely awake for that message. SMH my age. Anyway, yeah, just be awake. We'll get sandwiches for lunch, and then we'll rank blood hunters. That should be fun. So we'll see then. I see. Okay. Well, goodbye.
Bye. See you next week.
Oh man, I wish I had some like ending theme music. That'd be really cool.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Ba ba boom.